promotionally, it makes a lot of sense for me. But I also really value the people who are, getting up early in the morning to go to work, finishing their third shift. I don't want to leave those people behind. I'm a no child slash no chatter left behind kind of streamer. You know, where we chat one, we chat all. I was going to say the QAnon thing, but I don't want to sort of like promote them. And also, I don't know if that's trademarked by anybody. I don't know if like Q has a trademark on that. Probably not. Probably not. I don't think you can like trademark something without putting your real name on it. But yeah, let's check out the chat. Let's make sure that I'm not doing anything like wildly inappropriate for a streamer that I'm just not aware of by nature of the fact that I'm talking. And let's look at what the chat has going on. Let's pop in here. Melee Kaiser. Yay, hello, MR fans. Hello again, Brandon. Glad my afternoon continues with you. I'm glad to have you here. Um, and for those of you who know, I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Sorry that I don't have the chat up, but I will when I reference the comments say where they come from usually. BJ Chan 54 on Twitch says this guy really likes werewolves. I do not really like werewolves. I just have a lot of strong opinions about the proper ratio of were um, to wolf that you should be. I think that if you're more man than wolf, I think if you're more man than beast, it looks stupid. I think Teen Wolf looks stupid. I'll come out and say it. I think I mean, it's fine for a comedy, but like if you're more man than wolf and you're trying to scare me, I'm just gonna be like, this is fucking stupid. You need to be at least 70% wolf. And you might be asking yourself, like, what do I consider to be 70% wolf? The werewolves and dog soldiers. So 70% wolf is like basically fully bestial, but you're still like on your hind legs. Like, and I don't know if you can have to be able to talk. I'm not really like, I'm not, I'm not married to this. I'm not like a fundamentalist about this, but yeah, you gotta be at least 70% beast. Do, do, do. This dedicated werewolf stream is amazing. Yeah, I'm glad you all feel that way. Ikleb Ramstein on YouTube says Black Mirror season 7 episode 2 is about the blank blank. It like don't spoil it. I when I was watching that episode, I obviously understood and thought that, but that is kind of a spoiler. Can Matt Bender come on the show like right now? I think he has something to do probably with children. No, I mean with his children. So sorry, that came out all wrong and not in the way I intended. Uh, but yeah, so let me tell you what I have planned for us today. Yesterday, no, not yesterday, Tuesday, on Tuesday's stream, we learned about the Black Pope. For those of you who weren't here for Tuesday's stream, I will summarize what the Black Pope is and it is not. The Black Pope is a conspiracy theory held by some people, believed by some people, I suppose, that the Catholic Church, underneath what the public face of the Catholic Church, what you will find is a secret sect or semi-secret sect because they are an open of Jesuit priests who have a parallel hierarchy that culminates in what is called the Black Pope, which is kind of a figure in the Catholic Church in the sense that there is a head of the Jesuit order within the church, but that person is not the Black Pope. What we found out was that the Black Pope is in fact immortal, but is not a vampire, though he has some vampiric characteristics in the sense that he can like ensorcel people, like he has mind control powers. I was never clear about what made them so sure he wasn't a vampire, but it's fine. That's all well and good. In case you hadn't noticed, they did, in fact, and I don't feel need to reiterate this because most of you probably were just watching as we announced as a majority report. The new pope has been chosen. I don't really care about that kind of shit, but just so you know, it has been chosen. Smoke watch is over. Um, but today, and I know this is not what's on my screen right now, but I was searching for more Christian and Catholic conspiracy theories. Um, I wanted to find something, and it took a while for me to find something that I wasn't immediately bored with in the first 5 minutes because if I won't like it, I don't think you'll like it. That's how I run this. If I get bored, I'm gonna assume you're gonna get bored because I'm gonna get bored watching. In my pursuit, I found something that I think we're all going to really, really enjoy. In fact, I had a hard time turning it off because I didn't want to watch the whole thing without you all. Um, but it was so interesting and so very messed up that I had a hard time turning it off. And I'm excited to get to that. It's a little long, and I want to make sure it has room to breathe because I'm going to really enjoy it, and I hope you all will too. So you'll have to forgive me if I speed through some of the, earlier segments that or other earlier stories that I have planned for us to watch. So we mentioned it, or Russ mentioned it on the end of the Majority Report, and I had heard about Joe Biden being on The View. That's the it that I just said Russ mentioned. That's the it I'm referring to. I had heard that he was on The View, and I had heard that he had some statements about Kamala Harris going up against Trump and like what he would have done. And I wasn't going to actually play the clip, probably because it's going to get my stream demonetized, but also because I just I'm so tired of Joe Biden. He sucks so bad. He I don't want he's not the worst president. You can't say that because there've been a lot of really bad ones, but certainly he's up there. He's one of the worst presidents we've ever had. And I try not to be like a complete ideologue, although I am. And so I have no problem saying that like it didn't have to be that way. In fact, it really is a testament of how much he sucks on a personal level that it ended up not just with him being the worst president, but with people kind of coming to that conclusion in a more, I don't know, diffuse way publicly. Because ultimately, had he gone into the presidency and kept his implicit promise, even though I would say it was also a very explicit promise of being a one-term president who ultimately just like, leaves and lets that be his legacy, a transitional president bridging us in from the old Democratic Party, the standard bearers like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, blah blah blah, to a new generation of Democrats. People would have looked back fondly on him. People, and wrongly so, in my opinion, because his career has been full of incredibly socially deleterious like policies and positions he's taken and actions he's taken. Obviously, a lot of people forgot about that when it was time to vote for him, but I understand that from a psychological standpoint, and they would have continued to forget about it had he just like kept his mouth shut. But that's just who Joe Biden is. Like, he does have a lot of qualities aligned with Donald Trump. So maybe we will watch this clip. It's basically the top one, so we might as well. Let's watch this clip. Let's upset ourselves first, and then we'll get progressively less upsetting or more upsetting. I don't know. It really depends on your framework. But maybe I was going to be like, this isn't the first time Whoopi Goldberg has had to like talk to a corpse, but I didn't think that that would actually land as a ghost reference because Patrick Swayze wasn't a corpse in that. He was like a ghost or something. He was a ghost, obviously. It was the name of the movie. I'm sorry, audio's not up. So we'll start with this, and then I think I want to go into the Trump trade deal stuff, and then I will probably go into the ChatGPT article that people are talking about in cheating in college. And I think I have some very scandalous and upsetting opinions for you about that. And then we'll get to the good stuff. We'll get to the stuff that you're here for. I know you guys saw Christian Exorcist, and you're like, I'm bought in, Brandon, and I don't blame you. It's fucking awesome. Um, so yeah, let's just do this clip, and we'll take it from there.
It is very difficult to process how much has happened since Joe Biden was last at this table in September. We have so much to talk to him about right now. So we're not going to fool around. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden. Yay!
This music is definitely going to get me demonetized. So I appreciate the 199 USD from Gates 9 in the YouTube chat. Jack Nicholson in Wolf. Are you asking what percentage of Wolf he was in Wolf? That was more of like I don't know, satire. That wasn't really satire, but he wasn't very Wolf in that. He was like 20% Wolf in that, like big Wolf on campus level of Wolf. He's kind of just like Harry, if I'm remembering the movie correctly.
I bet they like you. They miss you.
Yeah.
I miss you.
We are,
I miss being here.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually interviewing for a job as a cameraman, but
We are beyond happy to have you here for today for a lot of different reasons. But my question is, how are you?
How you doing?
I'm well. The family's well, thank God. Things are moving along, and we're getting squared away.
I think that's what we were all actually worrying about in this time, this very trying time where undocumented, undocumented migrants in America are being disappeared off the streets and taken to like gulags in foreign countries, when we're at a time where trans people's rights are being hacked away at by, let's be honest, a rapist who's the president. I think we were all wondering how Joe Biden was doing. Like, how is your incredibly wealthy family doing Joe Biden? I can't help but notice I haven't seen you really out in the public making like strong statements about about the complete dissolution of our democracy. But how's the wife and kids? Is Hunter still jacking it? Is he still jacking it while high on meth?
Trying to figure out what the most significant and consequential role I can play consistent with what I've done in the past.
It's just salute him,
I'm
right?
writing
You
another
should just
book.
like salute.
Good.
Like 6,000 people are. I got to write a presidential memoir,
Oh, boy.
but they told me they had to do it within a year. No one's ever done one in a year. Will you help me
I
out?
can't understand a
That's
word
long
he's fucking
time.
saying.
It's too short. Too short.
Joy
No.
could be your ghostwriter. She'd add a little color to it all. But Mr. President, last time you were here was a little over a month before the election, and you had made the selfless and very difficult decision, I'm sure, to step aside. And Democrats were feeling optimistic.
He got thrown out like
about the vice
Roger in an
president's
episode of Sister
chances
Sister.
of winning the presidency. But then election night came, and it was like 2016 all over again. So why do you think the vice president lost, and were you surprised?
So I'm going to tell you right now, any answer that really doesn't immediately foreground himself is an incorrect answer. Joe Biden is a big reason why the Democrats lost, if not specifically Kamala Harris, but certainly he didn't help her specifically make a good name for herself over her 4-year tenure as the VP. He is a primary component to why the Democratic Party lost, both in his actions as president, facilitating a genocide, letting some incredibly important elements of the pandemic recovery plan just be rolled back, like the child tax credit, which sent a record number of children back into poverty in America, and that's probably food insecurity as well. So like a big portion of why she lost is him. There are reasons specific to Kamala he lost. There are reasons specific to the Democratic Party that she lost. There are reasons specific to our society that she lost. But like, I don't want to say the but for is Joe Biden, but he really is part of the reason why that they were unable to field a serious challenge to Donald Trump.
I wasn't surprised, not because I didn't think the vice president was the most qualified person to be president. She is. She's qualified to be president of the United States of America.
Okay, cool.
But I was surprised. I wasn't surprised because they went the route of the sexist route, the whole route. I mean, this is a woman. She's this. She's that.
Okay.
I mean, it really. I've never seen quite as successful and a consistent campaign undercutting the notion that a woman couldn't lead the country and a woman of mixed race.
Yeah.
And they played that to fairly well. In addition to that, one of the things happened, if you notice, and I'm going to be shorter, okay, I promise. She said, "Don't be Joe Biden, be short."
I said that to him.
Anyway, make a long story short, all kidding aside, think about it.
So I do want to say, and maybe this makes me unique amongst the people you listen to about this issue. I I guess I shouldn't though. Like I obviously think that being a black and Indian woman did Kamala Harris no favors when it came to winning or not winning the election in 2024. But I also think that the Democratic Party chooses to foreground simply that variable and not the many things they have control over, because ultimately they don't have control over whether Kamala Harris is a black woman. They did in terms of they made her the vice president, but they don't really have control over that part of her identity. What they do have control over is their ability to improve the lives of Americans in ways that can be easily and visibly understood, and then to like promote those things using the bully pulpit. And that's where they actually fail. They choose to foreground the race and gender element of why she lost, and that's something that like it's going to be difficult to quantify. It's just like every element of why a person loses an election is difficult to quantify specifically, because there's just so many variables that like you couldn't ever just say it was for sure one thing over another thing. Obviously there are, you know, many things that could have put you over the edge, but very rarely are those things ones that like exist in a vacuum. So I will say, you know, they choose to emphasize those things because it portrays the electorate in a way that allows them to absolve themselves, the Democratic Party, I mean, of responsibility for losing. And that's to portray the electorate as like so inherently racist and so inherently sexist that they could never, under any circumstances, imagine voting for a black person or voting for a woman or voting for, you know, any other marginalized identity, and that their racism and sexism is just an immutable quality of certain individuals in our society that we have essentially no way to combat through the powers that the Democratic Party has at their disposal, which would just be, again, widespread structural changes, widespread social changes that would increase people's empathy for one another. They use that. They use a very specific understanding of racism and misogyny in our society to portray their losses as something that is just, you know, honestly a virtue for them, but usually something that they could do nothing about. Like you know, it shunts the problem onto the electorate in such a way that they pretend can't be overcome. You could just, you know, all you can do is make yourself a martyr.
Liberal democracies all across America, all across the world lost last time.
Yeah.
All across America. I think we underestimate the phenomenal negative impact that COVID had and the pandemic had on people, on attitudes,
Yeah, that's
on
why you won so
optimism,
well.
on a whole range of things. So I was very disappointed, and but I wasn't surprised. And the only thing that surprised me is the excess to which they've gone in some of the attacks they've made.
Yeah. Well, when was the last time you spoke with the vice president, and has she talked to you about what she wants to do next? Sought any advice? Maybe governor?
Yesterday, I talk to her frequently. We stay in touch, number one. Number two, she's sought my opinion. I'm not going to tell you what it is. She's been,
About
What
what?
to wear to the Met Gala.
that's exactly
Oh, it's so
right.
cute.
No, but all kidding aside, she's got a difficult decision to make about what she's going to do. I hope she stays fully engaged. I think she's first rate. But we have a lot of really good candidates as well. So I'm optimistic. I'm not pessimistic about the future.
Well, Mr. President, you had previously said that you thought that you would have won. Since then, Donald Trump won all the
He wouldn't
battleground
have.
states and made inroads with.
He would not have won. That's ridiculous. And also speaks to like why I say that the race and gender thing is certainly a contributing factor to why people did not like Kamala Harris, but it's ultimately inextricable from the people not liking the Democratic Party or people not liking the, you know, the Biden administration specifically problem. So like the idea that Joe Biden, you could just sub in like a white guy, specifically Joe Biden, and have him win is something that I just rebuke. Like Joe Biden would have lost even worse. Considering how things turned out, I do wish he had stayed in though. I think at the very least that would have made sure we didn't have to go through like this a little bit of masturbatory indulgence on his part. Like if he had stayed in there and gone through a second debate where he bombed just as bad as that first debate, we wouldn't have to deal with this like shameless attempt to redeem himself.
Almost every major demographic, from working class voters to Hispanic men to black men. Knowing what you know now, do you think you would have beat him?
Yeah, he still got 7 million fewer votes.
Yes.
There you go. Okay. A lot of people didn't show up.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, they're very close in those toss-up states. It was it wasn't a slam dunk, and look, every time I've been on the show, which I've been fortunate to be on more than once. Thanks for having me. Is that we talk? You guys don't focus on as much, and I think it's good.
I love when Grandpa
polling
comes to
numbers,
dinner.
but, let me put it this way: he's had the worst 100 days any president's ever had.
That's true.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Why are you clapping for that? Like, those are people's lives. You're
And,
clapping
I
like
would
he's
not
like
say,
destroying people's lives. They're like, yeah, it
Honesty's
sucks.
been a strong point.
Yeah.
It's not yours
Mr.
either,
President,
Joe.
Some have even argued that leaving the race and endorsing your Vice President Harris,
Did they
days
add
before
new?
the election.
I haven't watched The View in forever. Did they add more? Like, I know they've been talking about expanding the Supreme Court. Didn't there used to only be like 4 ladies on The View? Like, and now there's up to 6. That's a big increase.
and hampered her campaign.
Well,
What do you say to those critics?
I say number one, that there were still 6 full months. She was in every aspect, every decision I made, every decision we made, and I don't
6
think
months.
I hope I don't didn't sound the wrong way.
Sure,
I don't
just say
think
it, Joe.
anybody thought we'd be successful as we were. I don't think anybody thought we'd pass the Recovery Act. I don't think anybody thought we'd deal with chips and science. I don't think anybody think we'd have all we got done in a close race. Think about it.
Yeah.
We got more major legislation passed to fundamentally change the direction of the country than any president has in a long, long time.
Decades.
Okay, I
And
guess.
so we're in a situation where
And now it's going to
we
be rolled
came to
back.
office and we agreed on two things.
That's the
One,
fundamental issue with this whole like duopoly that we're trapped in. Like, then everything that you do, it takes you so long to get it done, and it gets rolled back immediately. Like, is there not some way for the Democratic Party to act in such a way that it's impossible to roll back things that benefit people? Like, they couldn't even roll back Obamacare, and that basically fucking sucked. So, like, clearly there's just a certain threshold of like competence and impact that something needs to reach before like the Republican Party even has to give up on rolling it back, because it's like it would just be unpopular if people had it removed from them, even if they don't fully understand what it is. But I mean, I guess they haven't rescinded everything yet. It just seems that way, considering the administrative sector is just under like total assault.
I was sick and tired of trickle-down economics. And my dad used to say, not a whole lot trickle down on his kitchen table. And so we built the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. The strongest economy in the world when we left. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact.
It was the envy of the world, they used to
We
say.
created more jobs in one term than any president has in American history. I mean, so my point is that we had a very successful effort to change the direction of the country, and we did. And she was every single part of that. She wasn't.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't like she was a bias. And look, what I realized is,
Jesus.
I was a vice president once, and it's a really.
This sucks. He sucks.
You are an integral part. I was with Barack. He was a great president, but I just think that it was a very tough year across the board. But look what's happened in the meantime.
Yeah. Well, let me just follow up with this, because when the vice president was here, I asked her if she would have done something differently than your administration over the past 4 years. And because of all the successes that your administration had, I think her response was, there is not a thing that comes to mind.
God, just
Now,
like,
that answer was weaponized against her. And there has been some reporting that you encouraged her for there to be no daylight between the two of you. First, is that true? And do you think, in retrospect, that she should have
No,
tried
I've
to
always,
differentiate?
Jan Miller on YouTube is saying Brandon just finding out Biden sucks, heartbreaking. No, I've don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me. I've always known Joe Biden sucks. There's an episode of this podcast which is now a live stream from 2019 that is titled "Say It Ain't Joe." And I've always known he sucks. I've always known that his brain was, melting in his head. Like I refuse to gaslight myself to benefit like an institution as duplicitous as the Democratic Party. That's crazy. No, of course.
All the wins
I know you're joking,
that
but that's
your administration had.
there are some
Well,
jokes that aren't allowed.
First of all, I did not advise her to say that. Number one. Like I said, I was vice president. I understand the role. Number one. Number two, I think she was talking about wouldn't have changed the successes we've had. Not
It was a bad
opposed to
answer.
that we
It was a
wouldn't change
stupid
anything
answer.
at
She
all.
should have said something different.
She has to be her own person, and she was. She was. And so I think that was used in a way that is contrary to what she meant by when she said that. And I think that she was part of every success we had. We'd argue like hell, by the way. No, that's good.
Yeah.
We sit and say, well, what about this?
Oh, okay, Joe. But wouldn't that have been a good? But a lot of times we butt heads. A lot of times I disagree with the way he does things. A lot of times I would do something different. But you know what? I'm a team player, and now I'm leading this team. That would have been a lot better answer than like, yeah, no, I can't think of a single thing that Joe and I disagree on. Because that's what she said. She didn't say this thing. This is, and by the way, this is all an incredibly poor attempt by Joe Biden to like, have the post-presidency career that he feels like presidents are owed. Like Barack Obama is the patron saint of that now. He's the apotheosis of like post-celebrity, post-president celebrity, turning the presidency into like book deals and Netflix production deals and stuff like that. But Joe Biden also knows that his whole someone said in the chat, and I think they're referencing something that Matt Bender said, and I only skimmed what they said, so you'll have to forgive me if this is different than what he said or the same thing or some combination of both. But like Joe Biden's legacy is deeply tarnished by the last year of his presidency, not just facilitated, but being complicit in the active genocide that we're still engaged in Palestine, right? And also doing the shit he did after that first debate performance. Not to mention what that reveals about the validity of his presidency in terms of like his leadership this entire time. Like he is still in like salvage mode for his legacy. The good thing about that with Joe Biden is that Joe Biden like fucking sucks. Like especially now, like he's not as good or compelling of a speaker as he used to be. And so he's going to have a hard time selling this revisionist history of the last 6 months of his presidency in the 2024 election to people who just, don't have any monetary or social incentive to believe it. I think a lot of people are going to be happy when Joe Biden is like no longer in the public light. I think people are going to look back negatively on Joe Biden. The perfect freeze frame to end this clip on. I'm tired of it. There's only a few seconds left. I want to make sure that we're moving at a good clip because we gotta get to. Okay, so we got to get to what I want to get to, stones or whatever. I don't want to hate. I don't want to come across like a hater. I don't come across like I'm jealous. But I can't help but notice that despite having a million followers for their channel, their streams and interviews do not get a ton of traction. And I've never heard the show before. I say all that to say that the person that they have on though, I stumbled upon while looking for more stuff about Christian conspiracies. And he goes by the handle, hold on, let me pull it up. He goes by the handle Demon Eraser, and he is a Christian exorcist. And I have to emphasize for you that this is not a joke. When you watch the interview and you see how intense it is and how funny it is, you're going to be thinking like this guy has to be joking. And so before I show you the interview and before we even get to that part, I want to show you, because I had to go to his YouTube channel to like investigate. Cause I was like, I don't want to, it's funny no matter what, but I don't want to just show you something and turn out to like, this guy is doing an elaborate bit that you don't get. So I went to his YouTube channel and it seems like 100%. I think he's a Protestant. Someone said Protestant or Catholic exorcist. I'm not sure, but I think he's a Protestant exorcist. So I went to his YouTube channel, and I want to show you something. And it's actually related to this, funny enough, so I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad like kind of pivoting from news to something crazy.
Everybody
Sorry,
watching.
something a little crazy because it is related to Kamala
I'm an
Harris.
exorcist.
Sorry, it is related to Kamala Harris. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. This video is entitled, and this is the guy who's going to be in the interview we're going to watch later. I'm just got to prepare you for this. So this video is entitled, "Is Kamala Harris an Occult Witch?" And I'm going to just transfer this right over here. I'm just excited for you guys to know what you're in for later. So this guy whips ass. He's very what I'm into. Like this is my exact kink. So we're not this specific thing, but this you know what I mean.
Is Kamala Harris an occultic witch? Now, before I begin, I am not condemning.
Oh, one thing you're going to notice about this guy, which I find very charming, but you might find annoying, is that he's not very good with verb tenses. And you might not notice, but I found it to be very noticeable. And while this plays, I'm going to turn the light on in my room because I'm like slowly fading into darkness for some reason. But yeah, no, like we're going to find out this together.
Kamala Harris in any way. In fact, I feel bad for Kamala Harris, and it's likely that it wasn't even her choice to be involved in the occult. It's not very many people's choices when they get dragged into these occultic things. But I think it's important that we discuss this so that people know how the occult works, because there is a very dark looming prophecy spoken over Kamala Harris, written in the stars, and it is very important to understand. Now, before you leave, I would like to point out this. This is the Andromeda Galaxy, and there is two distinctive points on this Andromeda Galaxy. The top star that is referred to as Olamak, and the bottom star that is referred to as Alpheratz, or Syrah, which is why it's very fascinating on this constellation that the name Amalek is Kamala backwards, and Syrah is Harris backwards. Now, what do you think the odds of that are? This is the Andromeda Galaxy, written in the stars. This is referred to as the Chained Woman. In Greek mythology, Andromeda was the chained woman that was given as a sacrifice to the beast to be eaten. So if Kamala Harris, by some wicked twisting of elections, does become the leader of the United States, what do you think that means for us? You see, it's interesting why her name is Kamala Devi Harris. Now, in the occult, they like to name things, and they tend to put their names on things in some way, misspelled, backwards, flipped around. Devi is the Hindu term for goddess. It's also where we get the words like diva or devil. Kamala Devil Harris. Let alone Harris backwards means an inferior person, probably not the best term to be associated with. Now let's talk about Kamala Harris's sister, Maya Harris, whose name, by the way, means magic, illusion, or deception.
Okay. So this video has 7 minutes left, so you can imagine the kinds of things that he gets into as we go further into this. It's beautiful. Was that? No, doesn't matter. Yeah, it gets out of control. It's very fun. And it's going to get a lot funner. But I will say, to Joe Biden's point and to a lot of pessimists' point, like people like this probably vote. And like, what do you say to somebody who you might want to vote for Kamala Harris? I didn't really care, but like, what do you say to somebody who might want to vote for Kamala Harris if they respond to you with something like this? Like, how do you get them to, I only make that point because it's just, America's a very diverse, from a lot of different types of psychoses that are oftentimes extra thematic in terms of like what exacerbates them, even if they have an underlying issue. And, we've created a culture where stuff like this is pervasive all over the place, for sure. It's just, I want you to be aware of that. Anyway, let's shamelessly pivot. Let's shamelessly pivot towards something a little bit more grounded in truth, in reality. And I will say, maybe I came across as a pessimist because I counted Donald Trump out. every time people said the art of the deal, I made that really stupid joke about it sounding like a final move in an anime. I was like, oh, it's Luffy's Gear 5. Oh, it's Final Getsuga Tensho. Oh, it's domain expansion. Oh, it's, it's this, it's that. It's Kurama form. It's everything. Um, and I did that because ultimately I did not believe that there were a lot of deals on the table. Because what we had heard was 90 days, 90 deals. Every country in the world is coming to the deal table. Donald Trump is sitting opposite him, opposite them. He's making deals rapid fire the way chess grandmasters can play like multiple games at once. And my belief when it comes to that, just to remind you if you weren't here, is that that's all bullshit. Um, Not only do I not believe that 90 deals are being made at the same time, I believe that the tariff situation, and I've believed this for weeks now, right after Trump started offering exemptions for electronics coming for China, that this is now just a zombie issue for Trump. It's something that he has latched onto, like intellectually for some reason, but also publicly. And it's been, systematically lambasted by every sector of the political spectrum, basically, everyone but the most sycophantic MAGA chuds and people who just functionally do not understand how anything works in society. And there's a lot of overlap in those two groups. But obviously the latter group is quite, pervasive in America, or rather being part of the latter group is quite probable if you're an American. Like, he has a few people who are still latching on to that. But a lot more people, the longer this goes on, are being exposed through one vector or another with the consequences of the Donald Trump presidency, not just tariffs, but his like larger, plan to destroy the government, to defund, deregulate, and privatize basically every service that Americans rely on in order to make them more expensive, worse, and to make people's lives more precarious. So I still, let's say, I didn't believe that the deals were coming. In fact, I thought that the smartest thing to do would be to like make a deal with a big trade partner like Vietnam or God, China. It's a place that we get a lot of stuff from in order to just like paper over the issue and end it. And so when they said a deal had been made, I was like, oh shit, he actually did it. He actually like made a deal. Like President Business Baby actually made a deal. He did it. I can't believe this, only for me to look in. I was like, oh, is it with Bangladesh? Is he like making a deal with India because they're having their will do. I've been to 40% of them. Haven't been to Wales. Haven't been to Ireland. Haven't been to North Ireland. But I've been to Scotland, and I've been to like England a lot of times. Uh, so I say that to say, I love the country. I love the countries, but I don't think this doesn't engender uh, confidence in me that the deals are going well, because the UK is just not one of our, no offense, largest trade partners. Like, how much more need to import? Like, I just don't get it. So I think this is more of a sign of the other deals not really being there. We know that China, South Korea, and Japan are forming some kind of new coalition. So let's find no, yeah, here we go. Let's get an update on the first deals. I think, yeah, let's get an update on the first deals, and then we'll take it from there.
The White House on this Thursday, President Trump announcing a trade deal with the United Kingdom. It is the first since the launch of those sweeping tariffs that have rattled consumers, rattled Wall Street, triggered a global trade war. This is President Trump in the Oval Office just a few moments ago. Let's listen in.
Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. We used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen, and we haven't. We've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together. Once again, I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer. He's been terrific for his partnership in this matter. The special relationship and external bond, it's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before. And we really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional, and it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
All right, there you have Trump
Thank
there.
You, Mr. President.
President Trump in the...
There's Cuck Starmer chiming in. He's just so happy to be invited somewhere. You can tell he's just happy to be included.
Oval Office just a few moments ago announcing a deal with the United Kingdom, so it would seem. I want to bring in our...
This guy's fade is a little bit cleaner than mine. I don't like that. And by this guy, I mean the guy on the right. I don't like
your business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine, again, not a lot of details there, but it does.
They're not even muting Keir Starmer. They're just like talking over him. That's the level of disrespect that he garners from people. Like they're not even going like, oh, let's mute this other screen. They're like, let's just talk over him. He's not saying anything.
Sound like there has been some sort of, if not an agreement, at least the framework of an agreement has been reached with our friends over the pond.
Yeah, I would call this, Craig, definitely the framework of a deal, and the president's saying that the details will come into the light of a deal.
What?
And the president's
so it's not even a full deal. It's just a framework of a deal. Like, damn, he fooled me again.
Yeah, I would call this, Craig, definitely the framework of a deal, and the president's saying that the details will come into the light in the weeks ahead. But what's important here is that after weeks of uncertainty and escalating trade tensions, this is now moving in the right direction here. The president's saying that the UK will allow U.S. goods fast-tracked access through its ports. There will be new market access for things like chemicals and industrial products, which is something the president really wanted. What's interesting from the standpoint of this deal being the first one, this might be among the easier of the deals to do because the U.S. and the UK essentially have a very balanced trading relationship. You know, they buy a lot from us, we buy a lot from them.
So that's what I thought too. I mean, I know I was joking and being dismissive of the UK's trade with the United States of America, and I meant some of that. But like the fact that it took this long to even get this deal done, considering that it's the easiest and how supplicant like Keir Starmer was, even from before they were floated, is it portends negative things about the other deals, right? Like this is not even done. It's the framework of a deal. It's a concept of a deal. Still, wow. Crazy.
There aren't big imbalances here the way there are with some other countries. The president also saying this brings the UK into this sort of economic security blanket, this economic alignment with the United States, which is definitely something that business leaders and business owners here would like to hear. The big outstanding issue, though, is still China. You heard the president mention that 2 of his emissaries will be going to Switzerland to talk with Chinese officials this weekend. But that is really the big trade problem that Americans will feel and American businesses are already starting to feel. So no developments on that other than talks this weekend, beginning talks, and this framework of a deal with the UK.
She keeps emphasizing framework.
Among those traveling to Geneva to get those talks started. Stand by for me, Christine, if you can. I want to bring in Garrett Hake now, our senior White House correspondent, joining us from the North Lawn again as we watch President Trump in the Oval.
Someone's in the chat. Bro out here coping. It's just a framework having MSNBC talking point having ass. Okay, bro. Whatever you say, you're right. I'm the one coping. Trump's doing a great job with these negotiations.
He appears to have the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, on speakerphone, making some comments. We're told that later today we should hear from the Prime Minister as well, his take on this deal that's been announced. But let me bring you in, Garrett, because oftentimes, Garrett, I know that you guys will get a little bit more detail going into a news conference like this, if you will, or maybe some detail after. Can you add any more to what we just heard from the president? Any more details?
Well, Craig, sadly, this is not one of those occasions in which the White House has briefed us about what would be the details of this. Only, I was told this morning, to focus on what some of what they call non-tariff barriers to trade are between the United Kingdom and the U.S. Things like whether the U.S. allows imports of American beef, for example. Or
honestly, if you live in the UK, I mean, I know you have a lot of reasons to already be disappointed in Keir Starmer, But like he's basically just in order to appease Trump, he's going to allow like Americans to like poison American companies to poison you. He's going to allow like our bad beef and like chemically dyed filled cereal to go like to like I don't know, flood your shelves. Like, I'm sorry, bro. You got to get rid of Keir, man. Like, he's
digital services tax that exists in the United Kingdom on, U.S. digital products. These are the kinds of things that this agreement might be trying to get rid of. As Christine pointed out, I think this is very much an agreement in principle that will be papered over at a later date, but it can't come soon enough for this White House. They have been very keen to show some kind of progress after this month since what the president called Liberation Day, in which he slapped tariffs on essentially every country around the globe. They have said that they are negotiating with 18 major economies around the world. This is the first of those
18?
to come to any kind of fruition, even if it is a small step towards relief from the tariffs that the president has put in place.
All right, Garrett, stand by for me as well, because the president appears to be taking some questions now there in the Oval Office. Let's listen in for just a bit.
We'll take questions right after that, but I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal, and
doesn't even exist yet.
So the UK is this.
How big is the deal, Donald? How big is your imagination? It's that big.
Sixth largest economy in the world, and the fourth largest that we
Chief
export
Glazer.
to.
Chief
right?
Glazer.
So it's a huge market, a top 10 market.
Okay.
If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK.
Okay.
Right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade.
Sure.
So open up a market in balanced trade. People think
it's only like macroeconomics. Why be specific about it? Why be precise or concise? Why let's just ballpark it, right? What what could happen is about him. I just don't like I could say I don't like him, but that doesn't really describe the impact he has when I see him like along with the rest of them. He just almost seems like not real. Do you think JD Vance is a hologram? Some sort of like hard light hologram? Do you like I guess we're always asking who is JD Vance with all his name changes, but no one ever asks like what is JD Vance? You know, and that might be the more pertinent question if you catch my drift.
Opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before. And we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and you know, if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, this was the president's deal. And people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left. And if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister and getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals. And that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. And that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum, right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America, and that saves them, again, thousands.
But I thought that aluminum production, like, and you'll have to excuse me for, I know people get mad when I quote MSNBC talking points, so probably the CBC talking points, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation talking points about American aluminum will also make you upset. But according to the CBC, America already basically has, is fully utilizing its aluminum stores. Like, we can't produce any more aluminum, like at least not much more aluminum than we already are producing. That was one of the things that people were talking about as being a sign of like how dumb Trump's tariffs are, because they're not targeted anyway. They're not targeted only on products that America is capable of producing or has nascent industry in or is trying to like start and get itself into. It's just on every country, on every good, basically, except for the ones that are slowly being rolled back as people understand how catastrophic that would be. And, the whole thing just is a sign of how chaotic it is. But I guess we could also touch on the Starlink relationship with this and the tariffs being linked into crony capitalism. But, Sleepy Don here is getting on my nerves.
Thousands and thousands of jobs. So if you go step by step, aero and commercial planes, they sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing. We've agreed to let Rolls-Royce engines and those kind of plane parts to come over tariff-free. And what you're going to hear today is there's going to be an announcement at the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today. But I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do it. Part of this deal
don't fly that airline.
Always to do it together.
No, I can't say that.
And to do it strong. And you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos. You can work with us with aero and commercial. You can work with us in pharmaceuticals.
All right, there's the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, there, heaping some praise on his boss, but also adding a bit more detail to that announcement that we heard from President Trump just a few moments ago, this trade deal with the United Kingdom. Christine Romans is back with us, our business correspondent. Christine, we've got another minute or so here.
Sure.
What do you make of what we just heard from Secretary Lutnick in terms of how all of this is going to work, what it's going to mean for the United States, what it's going to mean for our British friends?
What we heard there was some give and take. We heard that the U.S. is now going to be able to export more of its farm machinery and farm products and ethanol to the U.K., and the U.K. is going to be able to export 100,000 cars a year with a 10% tariff, not a 25% tariff. And that is a big concession for those U.K. automakers, which sell mostly luxury cars into the United States. It's a big job center for there. So you can see the push and pull. We're hearing about aircraft engines and aircraft. So you can see that they found a way to make a deal here that both sides can say is a win. Now they've got 18.
Speaking of aircraft, have any of you guys seen that movie with Mark Wahlberg, Flight Risk? It has like Mark Wahlberg and Topher Grace in it. Yeah, it's like Topher, the guy from that 70s show. And also, I guess he played, he's played in a lot of stuff, but I was going to say he played the Green Goblin. No. Topher Grace isn't the Green Goblin in that spy. What am I saying? That's not true. Topher Grace, but you know who I mean. Have any of you seen that movie? Is that good? Is that movie good? I might watch that later tonight. Just let me know.
More to go, and then maybe 100 more countries after that.
And the secretary also promising an announcement.
He was Venom. He played Venom.
Planes being purchased
so.
From the United States as well, from Boeing. So we'll find out more about that a little bit later. Christine, thank you. Thank you as well for joining us for this special report. You can find more on our streaming channel, NBC News Now, and online at NBCnews.com. I'm Craig.
Well, you heard it here, folks. First deal done. Only how many left? 184, but I guess you got to start easy. You got to start with you get a warm up. It's like a tutorial boss. Like the UK is like a tutorial boss, not a Dark Souls one, like a normal tutorial boss. I know I would not want to be known for buying anything having to do with aircraft in the United States of America right now, but that's personally me. I mean, I respect my brand and I respect people who engage with it. Let's see. Oh no, yeah, this is the interview we're gonna watch. It's if you could see I'm gonna get you excited for this some more. I'm gonna read you some of the chapter names in this interview with the Christian exorcist. Um, how Brian became an exorcist, trauma-based mind control techniques, the meaning behind the iPhone name, understanding witchcraft and demonic influence, human sacrifices and demonic entities, hidden messages in Disney movies, understanding demonic prophecy, pornography as a form of witchcraft, STDs as sexually transmitted demons, the connection between demons and horoscopes, the Nephilim explained, how curses functions, the legend of Bigfoot. So, all of this stuff is gold, 100% gold. But yeah, before we do that, I don't know if you guys have seen this article going around. I mean, I'm sure you have. It's in Intelligencer or the New York Magazine. So you'll have to excuse me for using the Wayback Machine in order to read it. I was out of free articles and I wasn't going to get a subscription to New York Magazine for, I don't want to say obvious reasons, but I just didn't want one. So here's how we got here. So for those of you who haven't seen this going around, the topic of this article is about the prevalence of cheating in, I guess it's just colleges. I've read part of the article. I don't know if it goes into like the use of ChatGPT and other AI, large language models being used to like fulfill assignments in high school, but maybe I guess it does mention someone using it in high school, and I think people talk about it. I want to talk about it because I think I have I don't want to say better take. In fact, in many ways, I think it's probably going to be worse, and it's going to like scandalize a lot of you. But I've seen people talk about it, so I want to jump on the clout train. Before I do that, I'll read some chat, and then I'll upset you all. Let's see. Let's see. Is Bigfoot a demon? Ask Octopus Dropkick on YouTube. We're going to find out together, hopefully. Adam S. Dude covers all the bases. Oh yeah, he's really into it. Uh, Jerry McLean on YouTube says, if British steel could not stay afloat under the Chinese, how is the UK government going to keep it going to send steel in America to America for an extra 10% tariff? The deal is shit. Well, the deal is still a framework of a concept of a deal, so maybe it'll get better as it becomes more cemented in reality and less like something that they're just trying to roll out to say that a deal is being done, which again, I will say, I think confirms my belief, my sort of like uninformed belief that other countries are not coming to the table with deals in any real noticeable or measurable way. Because if he's comfortable floating out or touting out this framework of a deal with one of our, admittedly, we're a close partner, close ally, but not a very impressive trade partner for the reasons why, you know, that were enumerated by the clip we just watched, right? In terms of like our trade parity with them is already pretty good. We had only slapped them with like a low tariffs comparatively to other places. Like if they're willing to tout that out so quickly, like before it's even fully done, that tells me that if they were making deals with other countries that were in a similar state or anywhere close to being in a similar state at the UK deal, they would have talked about them already because they would have been more impressive. Like they can't wait to tell you about a deal. And the first one that they've been able to tell you about is not even done. It's the UK. So like that should let you know how close they are to deals with other places. Because the Trump administration is not good at keeping secrets. Like look at that. Let's do Brandon on Brand says Frizzle4 on YouTube. That's why they named me. Let's see. Who knew there were so many countries? Says Bob Carmody on YouTube. But yeah, I bet you the Trump administration didn't know until they put together that list. And they gave up or like, have Chat GPT do it. Yeah, so Topher Grace was Venom in the third Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie. I thought I remembered him in that movie, and I was like, he's not the Green Goblin because the Green Goblin is James Franco in those movies. I'm thinking about streaming tomorrow around after the Majority Report 2. Shameless promotion, shameless promotion. But like they're also doing early showings of Final Destination 6, and I'm so excited for Final Destination 6. Final Destination is one of my favorite horror movie franchises. And before you ask me to like rank them for you, I'll do that incredibly easily and quickly. 1, 2, 5, 3, 4. That's the order of Final Destination movies from best to worst. Jan Miller on YouTube says, "Is Mark Wahlberg the guy who said if he was on the 9/11 plane, it would have gone down different?" I think he did say that. He was supposed to be on one, possibly, but I guess the Lord intervened on his behalf. All right, all right, all right. So yeah, let's talk about this Chat GPT article because, like I said before, I guess I should say this cheating in Chat GPT article because, like I've said before, I think I have a more practical and realistic take on this subject, but not good. Certainly, just different. But I want to like foreground a few things because I believe in being honest. I like to think that I don't have any secrets, from my audience. Well, I have tons of secrets, but mostly things that aren't important for you to know. And I will say, and this might make me, this might be scandalous. This might make me a bad person. When it comes to like American education system, especially higher education, I am not like hardline anti-cheating. I ultimately just don't care. If you're in, like if you're in college, like I've been in college, I've been in graduate school, I've taught classes in college. And I would also say I've had jobs outside of academia and also outside of the professional creative space like this. And so I feel like that gives me a good vantage point to have a you know nuanced conversation about this, but I don't want to softball in that first point I just made by like trying to gussy it up. Like I don't really care if people cheat in college or cheat in like high school or stuff like that. It doesn't really bother me or matter to me. And I think we have to be nuanced in our understanding of it, or at least our interrogation of what leads to it, because we have to understand the rationality behind cheating and why it makes sense to so many students, especially if the claim of this article's headline is correct, which is that everyone is cheating their way through college. Because if it really is a critical mass of people, that means that it's a systemic failure and not a failure with our students, right? Because if it were just a personal, intellectual, or moral failure of students, it would be, some students are cheating, which we've heard those stories. And those stories have been true forever, obviously. But if it's every student, then it's a structural failure. It's a systemic issue. And we have to be able to identify what is causing that and the logic behind what this does make sense, right? Because people will just pretend, and they will demand that you pretend with them that cheating in American college or high school is the worst thing. It doesn't make any sense. How could you do that? Like academic integrity, blah, 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 blah. I got to be pledges that you are agreeing to when you join a college don't really apply. Like, when you work a job that is not in the professional creative field, when you work a job that is, I wouldn't say normal because like it creates like a false dichotomy between like certain types of work and other types of work. But when you have a job that's just like a job and you get a problem or a task that you have to do at your job, you just have to get the task done. Very rarely will you be expected to explain the process by which you got the task done in such a comprehensive way, or will anyone even care if your solution was that you looked it up and you found someone else did it. Most of the processes you'll have to worry about at work have to do with like administrative like records, like how much did this thing cost, how much did did you expense this thing right, did you fill out this form right, did you do X, Y, and Z. It's not so much a factor like of did you like cite the right, did you when you looked up the solution to this problem that we were having, did you cite the right person, or did you like that's like that's a quality of academic life that just does not translate into most jobs that people will have. And if it does translate to your job, you likely already know, like and if it's something that you need to that is important to your work, already. And I mentioned that I thought, and at the beginning I said it's also a factor if you're like a public creative type. That's one of the only jobs where like plagiarism, the way you learn in academia, or plagiarism, or not citing your sources, or like blah blah blah, is actually still like impactful. Like if you're a screenwriter, you don't want to be plagiarizing someone else's script. If you write articles for the New York Times or the New York Magazine, you don't want to be like plagiarizing someone's article, because that is part of your actual job, is to not do that. But most people won't have jobs like that. And so we have to engage with it from from the level of like, okay, but like what is school actually doing and for, and not what is on the tin, right? And so I don't believe in, and I would never demonize students. Like I would never demonize children, like people who are like in school looking to like make a future for themselves, or like trying to pursue a future for themselves, for understanding the way things actually work, or at least a closer approximation to the way things actually work, even if it's not very flattering to the institution itself or the people who are employed by the institution to navigate it. And so by that I mean, every school you go to, every college you go to will bring out the dean of admissions, or bring out the dean of curriculum, or bring out the dean of like, educational attainment, or something, like some fucked up position, doesn't matter. And they'll tell you that this is a school for like exploring and learning and enriching yourself, and blah 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 blah. And that's all well and good, and it would be totally good if it was true. But in reality, the school doesn't care in any like like material sense if you are enriching yourself or learning most of the time, learning the right way most of the time. What they care about is if you pay your tuition, and if you reach a certain grade point average. And do you know how they care about the latter things and not the former thing? Easy, because if you don't do the latter things, they'll kick you out. And if you don't do the former thing, but you do the latter things, if you get the right grades and you pay your tuition, they'll give you a diploma. That's how you can tell what their values are. And so I can't blame kids for understanding that, even if it's not flattering to the public face of an institution. And I would, I wouldn't say I applaud people. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, I'm not encouraging people to cheat. I'm just saying that I understand the mentality and the material and like the demands that go into being a student, and the realities of what our schools are structured to incentivize, even if they want to pretend they incentivize something else because of, their branding. And I think it's important to be able to call out like the actual intentions and like the way the rubber hits the road when it comes to institutions and agencies for stuff like this, because that's how you, and not to, make an unsuitable analogy, that is how you get into a position where people will try to redeem institutions not by their actions or the consequences of their actions, but or like the material impact, but like whatever the institution says on the tin. So like America has a constitution that says that they believe in freedom of speech and blah blah blah, all humans are created equal. Well, that's an exculpatory fact when we're addressing American atrocities, and to me it's just not. But I will say, and this is like the tipping point, the two tipping points. I do think that part of cheating is not getting caught at school, and if you get caught cheating, you should fail. And the reason I think that is because because then you didn't learn anything. If you get away with it, then like you learned something, probably a marketable skill. If you didn't get away with it, then you didn't learn anything, and you should obviously fail, because the world should work like the tuning exams, because like if you are in school, you should be learning some skills. And sometimes toxic skills, or like skills to avoid doing things, are just more they're just more useful to you in the real world. Like they're just more useful to you in the real. Like I mean, I'm not your professor, so I'll tell you just straight up. Like if you try your hardest in like a professor's class, maybe if you have a good professor, because I was sort of like this too. Like if you try your hardest, if you show up, if you put in, if you're measurably trying hard, but you bomb the test and you bomb like, any written essays, they'll probably still fail you. Like that, and they'll have reasons for why they would fail you, but they would fail you. And so saying that it's about the learning is just inaccurate, from any, like, from a pedagogical standpoint too. And trying to counteract the rise of Chat GPT, many professors aren't going to engage with what I just said, which is that despite what you say about the learning process being what you're emphasizing, you still give out grades, you still give out grades knowing the impact that having grades will have on people's future ability to take care of themselves. You still give out grades knowing that, like, some people do worse on tests and do worse on worse on essays. Like you still won't give someone A no matter how hard they try if they don't like perform in a certain way on a certain assignment. And so, not to say people can't complain, like, I know professors, it's their job to not want you to cheat, and I totally respect that, but they also have to understand that in some ways their particular concerns don't map onto what the real world experiences will be for a lot of their students, nor do they include that into their calculation oftentimes for how they're like grading you or things like that. And again, this is also like in defense of cheating, but it's not. It's like, how do we understand cheating as a natural byproduct of our education system in conversation with new tools that are coming into existence that make it easier to cheat. And a lot of teachers I've seen, professors are talking about like how they're going to start using blue book tests. They're going to start using, make it more difficult to use AI tools to cheat. And they should. This goes back to what I was saying. You get caught, you should fail. If you can't get around these particular like things, then you don't deserve to cheat because you're not good enough at it. But what a lot of those professors could do, and I would say that, I'm just not to demonize professors, but oftentimes, at least when I was teaching at a state school, the school didn't make you give out tests, really. They didn't make you give out essays. Maybe some schools do, so don't take this as like a universal rule, but you could construct your curriculum in any way that you'd want in order to facilitate or foster a certain type of learning. And at least partially, they're contributing to a reality in their own learning environment that incentivizes this. Because if it sounds silly because our entire system in the United States of America works a certain way, but like if 40% of your grade is based on tests and essays, then it's just like it doesn't have to be. 90% of your grade could be based on like kids show up and they raise their hand in class and they contribute and they try their hardest. And then you could do 10% on stuff like that. But it would make it harder to grade. It would make the grade like seem less fair. It'd make your class seem easy. You could just change the way you do things. So I say all that to get around to like the final point, which is generally speaking, I don't think ChatGPT. I should say, no. One last point before I get to the final point. But the truth is, like, school in America, higher educational institutions in America like to pretend they're about like learning when oftentimes they're businesses, and oftentimes they engage in a type of pedagogical approach that incentivizes the goal and not the process, and then they want you to pretend with them that the process is what is being incentivized, that like you're just learning for learning's sake. And that's just not what's being incentivized, either by the school itself or by like society at large. But I will say, and I think this is a different point, which is that like I don't think you should use ChatGPT to cheat because it lowers the bar for like the kinds of assignments that you feel the need to cheat on, because people just over rely on ChatGPT, because there should always be a good balance of like it's easier to just do it than it is to cheat, and it doesn't teach you any real good like cheating skills. It doesn't teach you any like real like like any real like spy shit, like any real duplicitousness. Like you should at least try to like cheat some other kinds of way that require a little bit more like skill, if that makes any sense. But yeah, that's my little spiel. Sorry if it comes across as scandalous, if I'm just like, oh yeah, Brandon's pro cheating. I'm just like, man, these kids are, they have it hard. It's a very hard time in their lives. And then to be told that every single grade that you get, and it is just like, ultimately true. The grades that you get are going to impact your ability to get a job and feed yourself far more than your learning process will. Do I think it's good to learn how to learn? That's definitely obviously true. But like I also understand that if you learn how to learn really well, one thing you might learn first is that like you should put your efforts into something that like are a little bit more, lucrative, right? If you care about that more than you care about learning itself. And we just don't incentivize learning for learning. So I understand when people do that. So let's read the article. Can we read the article and uh we'll probably continue to comment from there. What's going on in the chat? Sorry. Uh, yeah. Sorry if that seems like a little bit, what's I'm looking for? That's a little bit, um, that's a little bit like too spicy for you. Like if you expected me to come in here and go like, oh, plagiarism is wrong, cheating is wrong. No, I don't feel that way. I don't plagiarize for my show. I guess I just say everything that comes to my head. So that's just it is what it is. But like I I personally just feel as though a lot of people who get scandalized by cheating are people who have very specific like job demands and want you to feel a certain way about the way their job works. Same with cancel culture. It's like it's about something where your job works, or they want you to believe something that is just not true about the world because it's more flattering for them about like the way the way they navigate the world. So let's read this. Have a good time. We'll take it from there. Do Sorry, is there more racism going on in the chat? Because like if it's not coming from me, I'm not going to allow it. I told you. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not pro cheating, but I understand it. Okay. Uh, Chungin Roy Lee stepped onto Columbia University's campus this past fall and by his own admission proceeded to use artificial intelligence to cheat on nearly every assignment. As a computer science major, he depended on AI for his introductory programming classes. I dumped the prompt into ChatGPT and hand in whatever it spat out. See, like that's the part I don't agree with because it's like it should be harder to cheat. You should have to do something in order to get the assignment done that is of some kind of intellectual or rigor. It shouldn't just be like I just typed it in a box and it gave me the answer. That's just like laziness. And for me, being lazy is worse than cheating. Like because you want to like try. You want to learn how to try. Uh, by his rough math, AI wrote 80% of every essay he turned in. At the end, I'd put on the finishing touches. I just insert 20% of my humanity, my voice into it. Lee told me recently. Lee was born in South Korea and grew up outside Atlanta, where his parents run a college prep consulting business. He said he was admitted to Harvard early in his senior year of high school, but the university rescinded its offer after he was suspended for sneaking out during an overnight field trip before graduation. A year later, he applied to 26 schools. Yeah. He didn't get into any of them. Wow. So he spent the next year at community college before transferring to Columbia. That is exactly the backstory of, oh my God, who is the lead singer of Clipping? The lead rapper on Clipping who is also in Hamilton. That's like his exact backstory or trajectory in Kimmy Schmidt, but it doesn't matter. Uh, his personal essay, which turned his winding road to higher education into a parable for his ambition to build companies, was written with help from chat. And I just had no interest in doing them. While other new students fretted over the university's rigorous core curriculum, described by the school as intellectually expansive and personally transformative. But like, yeah, but are they? Are they really though? It's Columbia, so maybe. When they're not cracking protest. Uh, Lee used AI to breeze through with minimal effort. When I asked him why he had gone through so much trouble to get to an Ivy League university to offload all of the learning to a robot, he said, it's the best place to meet your co-founder and your wife. I think, Eve, honestly, I know that sometimes when you read articles, the journalist or whatever has to ask a silly question. That's a very silly question. The name brand is worth it. Like you can't pretend like it's not. Like again, this is trying to pretend the world works a way that it doesn't work because it's upsetting to admit that it works the opposite way. But simply having Harvard or Columbia on your resume makes you more likely to get a job, which you need to live in our society. That's why I came here. Like, what kind of question is that? It makes me, not to mention that we have a hierarchy in our society that judges people based on what school they went to, not what GPA really they got from that school. Oftentimes, that could be part of it, but like we have a whole about that POS system. So I assume it's like not POS is for that, but you know what I mean. He's always giving them those like sales tools that track how much pouring you've done. So this probably already exists. In a note-taking app, another terrible idea. None of them took off. Then Lee had an idea. As a coder, he had spent some 600 miserable hours on LeetCode, a training platform that prepares coders to answer the algorithmic riddles tech companies ask job and internship candidates during interviews. Lee, like many young developers, found the riddles tedious and mostly irrelevant to the work coders might actually do in the job. And I believe that too. I 100% believe that, because when you hear those interviews with like somebody, or you read those interviews that people type up because they think it makes them sound cool on LinkedIn about being like the hiring manager or recruiter for Amazon or like Google, they gleefully tell you that they ask people like stupid ass questions about how many balls you could fit in a box, or how many like snakes could eat themselves, just to like, just for the sake of it. And some people aren't good at that kind of thinking, and if it's not relevant to the job, it's just a masturbation exercise for the company to be like, oh, we ask hard questions here. It's like, no, you ask unnecessary questions. So I can see, yeah, like the point is you should just find out how to way to get around it. What was the point? What if they built a program that hid AI from browsers during remote job interviews so that interviewees could cheat their way through instead? Like, yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't AI. I wish it was something more like akin to like what they would do in a sitcom, where they would have someone listening in on the call and like writing something on a whiteboard. But I agree with the premise for sure. In February, Lee and Shanmugam launched a tool that did just that. Interview Coder's website featured a banner that read F Leet Code. Lee posted a video himself on YouTube using it to cheat his way through an internship interview with Amazon. He actually got the internship but turned it down. Exactly. Like, they're one of the companies that ask stupid questions like that. A month later, Lee was called into Columbia's academic integrity office. The school put him on disciplinary probation after a committee found him guilty of advertising a link to a cheating tool and providing students with the knowledge to access this tool and use it to how they see fit, according to the committee's report. Lee thought it was absurd that Columbia, which had a partnership with ChatGPT's parent company, OpenAI, would punish him for innovating with AI. Although Columbia's policy on AI is similar to that of many universities, students are prohibited from using it unless the professor explicitly permits them to do so, either on a class-by-class or case-by-case basis. Lee said he doesn't know a single student at the school who isn't using AI to cheat. I agree with him that it is very silly to like partner with OpenAI as a school, but it goes back to my point of like, oh, we say one thing and we incentivize an entirely different thing, and then we also do other things that contradict what we just said, and we expect you to just like pretend that whatever is most flattering to what we profess to be on the tin is what you should do, versus like reading between the lines. Like, a lot of people just seem to think people are stupid, like, and I don't mean that people aren't like, oh, I should pick my words carefully. People can figure things out. People might be not always fully in control of or in possession of all the information that they need in order to come to the correct conclusion, but it's very difficult to show people and demonstrate for people certain things and then tell them something else and have them like believe you if those two things are discordant and they have no material or psychological reason to like grant you that that largesse. Like, most people will just like fill the blank for themselves. They'll be like, oh, I get it. Let's see. To be clear, Lee doesn't think this is a bad thing. I think we are years or months probably away from a world where nobody thinks using AI for homework is considered cheating, he said. Well, I mean, I don't want to get to that world. Again, I want people to just try harder. If you're going to get around like the rules, you should do it the cool way. Like, I don't want to sound like an old man, like a boomer, but I think that people should like apply themselves. If you like, if you're good at something, if you want to be good at something, you have to practice it. Like, it's just as me like old man yells at cloud. Like people used to cheat in artistic ways in my day. Well. In January 2023, just 2 months after OpenAI launched ChatGPT, a survey of 1,000 college students found that nearly 90% of them had used the chatbot to help with homework assignments. In its first year of existence, ChatGPT's total monthly visits steadily increased month over month until June, when schools let out for the summer. I will say this is not to the credit of businesses either, but to be honest, a lot of these kids are going to have jobs where that's basically what they're expected to do. Excuse me one second, I'm going to blow my nose. Yeah, like sometimes that's what I mean. Like sometimes you have to use your brain to cheat. Sometimes it's harder to cheat than it would be to like subjectively rather or objectively. It's harder to cheat than it would be to just do the work. But sometimes you're better at cheating than you are doing whatever the task actually is. So you just do what you're good at, and I can respect that. Do. Professors and teaching assistants increasingly found themselves staring at essays filled with clunky robotic phrasing that, though grammatically flawless, didn't sound quite like a college student or even a human. 2.5 years later, students at large state schools, the Ivies, liberal arts schools, and New England universities abroad, professional schools, and community colleges are relying on AI to ease their way through every facet of their education. That doesn't surprise me at all. Generative AI chatbots, ChatGPT, but also Google's Gemini, Anthropic, Claude, Microsoft's Copilot, and others take their notes during class, devise their study guides and practice tests, summarize novels and textbooks, and brainstorm, outline, and draft their essays. STEM students are using AI to automate their research and data analyses and to sail through dense coding and debugging assignments. Well, it really depends on what kind of STEM student you are. Like a coding assignment, I would say for sure could probably be done by AI or at least get you like halfway there. But like depending what kind of STEM student you are, if you relied on AI to get you through like a complex like math problem or like a complex like physics experiment, you'd have to be very diligent likely and make sure that it wasn't hallucinating things. Coding is different. Like that's why when you mix up like coding with other STEMs, like well, that's a little different. Where it's like some things you would just have to do yourself for certain disciplines. College is just how well I can use ChatGPT at this point. A student in Utah recently captioned a video of herself copy and pasting a chapter from her genocide and mass atrocity textbook into ChatGPT. Sarah, a freshman at Wilfred, like we have to question why students don't see the value in learning. And it can't be the typical liberal, neoliberal response where if like students are just lazy and dumb and morally bankrupt and for no reason at all due to like a personal failure of theirs or their parents or maybe like widely their community. Instead we have to say that, okay, students don't want to learn. They don't see the value in learning. Are we demonstrating the value in learning to them for the sake of learning in our classrooms? Are we demonstrating it in the way we rank them? Are we demonstrating it in the way we produce, the way we grade them? Or are we telling them they should value learning? And then if they have a difficult test, we give them like a C in the class because, those two things aren't compatible. Like they just aren't. Like the whole you should value learning, but then like we're gonna grade you based on how well you remember versus how well you learn is like a little bit. It incentivizes this behavior. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have assessments. I'm just saying that the assessment portion of education, combined with the realities of what those assessments could mean for the rest of your life, incentivize this behavior. And we can't pretend like it doesn't because it upsets like professors or it upsets the institutions or it upsets people who like aren't allowed to plagiarize by nature of what their jobs are like people who write articles like this. Because like that's how we have to be cognizant of the biases that people have, even if, for example, like they might be on like ultimately getting to the right point, which is that people shouldn't cheat and you definitely shouldn't use ChatGPT to. But like it's not for the reasons why like they say, like because there's no our society just doesn't value that kind of stuff. Jan Miller on YouTube says, excellent points, but how do you value learning for the sake of learning? Well, I mean, I think that would be that would honestly require like an entire revolution in the way we do all of our education from the bottom up. Like, because, and I would say there, if you go to the right schools, if you have a certain amount of money, if you are lucky enough to have incredibly engaged parents, you can produce students who are like that. But our society as a whole simply does not produce like that and does not incentivize that. So like I don't know what everything we would have to do to get people to like learning for the sake of learning, but I would certainly say that one of the things we would have to do is make the consequences for failure to learn or failure to achieve a certain measure or a measure of demonstrable learning less. Because right now the consequences means that people have a very dysfunctional relationship with failure that you can see, not just as people cheating in high school and college, but you can see it in the way people are unable to accept being wrong online. And I think a decent number of those people are triggered by their relationship with school, where like being wrong is something that gets you punished. Being wrong is something that makes you feel ashamed. Being wrong is something that has a negative impact on your ability to, achieve in the future, and not in school, but in the workplace, or maybe rather to reach a certain level of attainment in the workplace for in terms of like employment. So like part of that would just be dealing with people's incredible aversion to failure, because then like people don't want to learn, they want to be right, they want to like they are goal oriented, and the process is just emphasized. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we go. Sarah, a freshman at Wilfrid Laurier University in Ontario, so even Canadians are getting into it, said she first used ChatGPT to cheat during the spring semester of her final year of school. Sarah's name, it's just redacted, it's blinded. After getting acquainted with the chatbot, Sarah used it for all her classes: Indigenous Studies, Law, English, and a hippie farming class called Green Industries. Like, stuff like that. I just mean, like, that's just laziness at a certain point where it's just so easy to cheat that you go, like, why not? Like, it's just easier to do than anything else. Uh, my grades were amazing, she said. It changed my life. So, yeah, like, getting better grades just will change your life. Like, you can't dispute that. All you can do is kind of take and I hate to like pick on like Democrats, but all you can do is take the Democrat adjacent position of like, well, we know all these things are emphasized by us in the world, but can we all just pretend and not do that stuff because it would be like morally and intellectually bad? It's like, no, I don't think we can. I don't think we can. Hitchman 21, great reference. Really appreciate you making this point about failure. Failure is in my experience anyway the best way to grow, which I guess is why we are so dead set on punishing people for it. Yeah, like we just don't. There is a certain point in your education career, your career in school, where it goes from being okay to not do so well, and it gets earlier and earlier, where it goes from being okay to not do so well. Like in my educational career, I was told like you gotta once you get to high school, and especially like the last 3 years of high school, when you gotta really buckle down. Up until that point, like unless you're trying to get into like a specialized high school or something like that, your grades, no one's gonna be looking back onto your middle school grades. Obviously, failing in that school will still get you punished. It can still get you put on academic probation. It can still get you expelled. It can do all sorts of things negatively to you. Uh, and like that's a problem too, but it's not pitched as like being the worst thing that can happen to you, and it's going to have like a long-term effect on your future in a way that you won't be able to overcome. And so we just have to like work on that. Do to do. Uh, why would Sarah continued to use AI when she started college this past fall? Why wouldn't she? Rarely did she sit in class and not see other students' laptop open to ChatGPT. Toward the end of the semester, she began to think she might be dependent on the website. She already considered herself addicted to TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Reddit, where she writes under the username "Maybe I'm not smart." Yeah, like but that's the insecurity, right? That's the insecurity, and it's. I think it's okay to not be smart at book learning, not be good at book learning, but like our society doesn't think that. Yeah, we go. She's also probably addicted to the social media, which is what it's saying next. I spend so much time on TikTok, she said, hours and hours until my eyes start hurting, which makes it hard to plan and do my schoolwork. With ChatGPT, I can write an essay in 2 hours that normally takes 12. See, this is what I disagree with. You should get so good at writing an essay in 2 hours that you can just do it. That's what happened to me. Like, yeah, I am bad at school. Yeah, I used to be a brat who stayed up all night instead of doing my work reading manga. I used to do that all the time. And I just did it long enough that I became able to write an essay in 2 hours. That's a good enough essay. Like, that's what these kids are missing out on. They're missing out on like developing the skills that will ultimately pan out for you in the future, which is like learning how to do things personally in a very short amount of time. But again, a lot of depending on what she's majoring, the job that she gets, like they likely won't care. They'll just be like, yeah, just do it that way, which is a part of the structural failure. Teachers have tried AI proofing assignments, returning to blue books, or switching to oral exams. Brian Patrick Green, a tech ethics scholar, I think these are all like not to pick on professors, but when I tell you, you could structure your whole class differently. Most schools do not control how teachers decide to organize and divvy out their grades. Some, again, probably some do. Probably this is different for like the STEM fields and certain things like that. But when I was teaching, they were like, you can basically do whatever you want when it comes to how you grade your students. Just understand that you'll have to grade them. And so you could structure your whole class where it just doesn't make sense to use AI, honestly, because you're being graded on like a process as opposed to like a goal. But instead, what the professors have done is they've just changed the format that they take the final assignment in, which doesn't seem to understand that the underlying problem is like the incentive structure. It just punishes you for realizing what the incentive structure is and trying to skirt and make it easy enough for you, right? And again, this is why I don't like too, where people like will try to quiver back and forth between like reality and their ideal version of reality. A lot of these professors who are doing this, if you ask them why don't they just structure their class in such a way that it just doesn't make sense to use AI, many of them would probably say, well, that would be practically very difficult for me to do with my course load. And so it's like, yeah, we all have practical concerns in our lives. Yours is like your course load and what would be practical for you in grading. And, again, nothing stops you from lobbying other teachers to do that, et cetera, et cetera. But kids have different concerns. It just is what it is. Let's see. Brian Patrick Green, with Patrick Bet David. Brian Patrick Green, a tech ethics scholar at Santa Clara University, immediately stopped assigning essays after he tried ChatGPT for the first time. Less than 3 months later, teaching a course called Ethics in Artificial Intelligence, he figured a low-stakes reading reflection would be safe. Surely no one would dare use ChatGPT to write something personal, but one of his students turned in a reflection with robotic language and awkward phrasing that Green knew was AI generated. A philosophy professor across the country at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock caught students in her ethics and technology class using AI to respond to the prompt, briefly introduce yourself and say what you're hoping to get out of this class. Like, yeah, ChatGPT has made it easier to justify cheating on things that just don't require it, which is another, just negative for it. Barefoot Warrior on Twitch says, I do hate how people aren't really talking about it either with students. They just talk about them and moan about them cheating while they also use these tools without realizing why. Like, yeah, because and some of that is just people wanting you to pretend that the ideal version of academia is the way things actually are, which it isn't. And part of that is just not wanting to come to terms with the way our entire system is. But I can't blame, like I said, I would never blame children, and that's what these people are. Like, I would never blame children or even adults for like understanding that the way things work is different than like the thing that is being described to you, which is just flattering to the people who navigate those halls. Like, it would just require a revolution of the institutions, and people aren't interested in that really. The last example is crazy though. It isn't as if cheating is new, but now, as one student put it, the ceiling has been blown off. Yeah, exactly. Who could resist a tool that makes every assignment easier with seemingly no consequence? After spending the better part of past 2 years grading AI-generated papers, Troy Jollymore, a poet, philosopher, and Cal Tech Chico ethics professor, has concerns. Massive numbers of students are going to emerge from university with degrees and into the workforce who are essentially illiterate. We're already there. Like, we're already there. Are they going to be more illiterate? Probably, but we're already there, he said. he said, both in the literal sense and in the sense of being historically illiterate and having no knowledge of their own culture, much less anyone else's. Again, I'm not trying to justify it, but like, we're there, baby. That future may arrive sooner than expected when you consider what a short window college really is. Already, roughly half of all undergrads have never experienced college without easy access to generative AI. We're talking about an entire generation of learning, perhaps significantly undermined here, said Green, the Santa Clara Tech ethicist. It's short-circuiting the learning process and happening fast. What is the learning process? It seems like to me that they treat it like it's self-evident that people should want to learn for the sake of learning. When, like I said, that is not incentivized by anything other than the words on the building that are on the crest, probably in Latin at your school, and then in the academic honesty pledge, and then like the syllabus. Everything else tells you different. And being able to interpret the world accurately is something that shouldn't be disincentivized. You should be working to change the system in such a way that it reflects the goals. Obviously, I mean, it reflects the ideal. This is long though. How long is this? Is this gonna be more of the same? I'm really excited to get to the fucking to get to the Christian Exorcist video. Let's see. Is there anything else interesting in this? Because I already told you my part, so that's the most important thing. The rest of the article is just going to be more stuff about like, how they identify AI. Like, if this isn't going to get into like why students are doing it, then I don't think it has much value. Like, I'm not scandalized by students cheating. I know that they do. I'm scandalized by how easy it is to cheat now. Let's see. Professors think they're good at AI generated art. AI generated detectors. Don't care. Okay. Honor code violations. I'm sorry if I'm just like skimming this. I just want to see if it's actually just like the tech behind it doesn't matter to me. Like, I think that you should do things that make people want to learn. And I know you don't have full control over like what happens outside of the classroom or outside the college, but like, you could be the change you want to see. And just like not harassing, but just like demonizing students for like not pretending like the grades don't matter with you because, that's what makes you feel good is not that. That's not it, Chief. Let's see. Oh yeah, perfect. Here we go. There's something interesting. So most professors have come to the conclusion that stopping rampant AI abuse would require more than simply policing individual cases and would likely mean overhauling the education system to consider students more holistically. That's a good step in the right direction. Cheating correlates with mental health, well-being, sleep exhaustion, anxiety, depression, and belonging. That's not it either. See, those things also correlate with them, but a lot of these things are also exacerbated by the realities of school and what it's for in America. And again, I guess also the Western world. So like, what makes people depressed? Failing a class and thinking that they're never going to be able to get a good job, and then they're going to die in poverty. So like, I understand that this would help, but a therapist telling you it's okay to fail, like, if you go to a therapist, they go like, you have a severe anxiety, if you have a severe aversion to failing, you just got to be okay with it. That therapist is probably not great because like that's just not the world we live in, because it will impact you, like it just will, like, and, I can't I won't pretend with them that people are depressed for and anxious about doing well for like reasons that we have no idea. Like it's obvious. Many teachers now seem to be in a state of despair, and I don't want to come across as hard on professors because they want you to learn. They want you to like learning, and most of them also like learning. Now, there are obviously some bad professors who are just there because it's their job and they want to do their own research, but most professors want you to learn, and they want to teach you, and they want you to be proficient in learning the things that they have to teach you. And so like, they don't want you to cheat because you do, at the end, cheat yourself out of learning whatever they're going to teach you, which they ultimately probably are very passionate about. But you also have to understand that if you do really well in their class, you try and you hard yourself, and you get an A and then you don't get a job, if you go back to them and you go like, hey, Professor Green, I got an A in your class and I thought that, that would help me achieve in life and it didn't, they would just be like, I never told you that. Not to be like, but it's just it's the nature of reality, man. Let's see. Hell yeah. See, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. Many teachers now seem to be in a state of despair. In the fall, Sam Williams was a teaching assistant for a writing intensive class on music and social change at the University of Iowa that officially didn't allow students to use AI at all. Williams enjoyed reading and grading the class's first assignment, a personal essay that asked the students to write about their own music taste. Then, on the second assignment, an essay on the New Orleans jazz era, 1890 to 1920, many of his students' writing styles changed drastically. Worse were the ridiculous factual errors. Multiple essays contained entire paragraphs on Elvis Presley, born in 1935. I literally told my class, hey, don't use AI. But if you're going to cheat, you have to cheat in a way that's intelligent. You can't just copy exactly what it spits out. Williams said, like, yeah, these are just tuning exam rules. This is what I can respect. It's like, if you're going to cheat, you got to apply yourself. I don't know what that means, but I shouldn't know what that means. It should be like, it should be something crazy. It should be you invented a technology that you go into another universe where you're smart and you do your work normal and you just copy that other universe's paper and you bring it back and you turn it in for yourself. Like, that's the kind of cheating I want to see. Like, this AI shit is just laziness. Let's see. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Williams, okay, here we go. Yeah. Williams knew most of his students in this general education class were not destined to be writers. That's a little fucking rude. But he thought the work of getting from a blank page to a few semi-coherent pages was, above all else, a lesson in effort. In that sense, most of his students utterly failed. But it's not a lesson in effort unless you were going to give them all A's. Like, if you made it clear that no matter what they turned in, as long as it appeared to have effort put into it, personal effort, you would give them an A, that would be one thing. If it wasn't that, then you're not grading them on effort. You're grading them on the finished product, which incentivizes cheating if it makes a better finished product, because those grades are something that they rely on. Like, it's just, to me, it's silly. It's silly to pretend like that's not what's going on here and that's what's contributing to this. But, I get why people have to. They're using AI because it's a simple solution. It's an easy way for them to not put in time writing essays, and also because they think that they'll do worse than the AI will do. Because if they thought they would do better at writing the essay, they probably would write it, unless they had something else to do. And I get it, because I hated writing essays when I was in school, Williams said, but now whenever they encounter a little bit of difficulty, instead of fighting their way through that and growing from it, they retreat to something that makes it a lot easier for them. But like, I know I'm just being a dead horse, but like, what would growing from it mean? Like, what would that mean practically speaking? That they got a C, but they earned that C? That's not something that people are willing to do. Uh, let's see. What's going on? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just don't feel like people are getting it. I don't feel like people are willing to grapple with the fact that as much as learning is important and benefits you, our society is just top down, does not incentivize that at all. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine with all this. I'm fine to leave. I'm fine to leave this if you're fine to leave it, because like we got the gist of it. It's just like a series of people griping about whether or not like students are cheating or not. But like I said, I would prefer to engage from it from like a why are students cheating standpoint. And even like the personal pathologizing of it, of like, well, they're depressed, they're anxious. It's like, okay, but why? What structurally is causing that? Like, are they just anxious for no reason? It's just like a chemical thing in all these students' brains, or is there environmental, extrasomatic factors that are contributing to it? And in my opinion, it's that. Like, and we could do a survey. We could do a study, and we could poll students, and we could go like, hey, do you think it's more important to like learn the normal way in college, or you think it's more important to get a A, and they would tell you it's more important to get an A likely, and they wouldn't be wrong. It's just an unfortunate truth about the world that we live in. Check the last paragraph. Okay. So they suspended the guy. Let's see. I don't know. Last paragraph sucks. It's not important. It's not important. Anyway, okay. Current Dags says extrasomatic factors. Yeah, extrasomatic factors means factors outside of your body. Um, so like, you can have mental health issues that are caused entirely by somatic factors, like your genetics, chemical imbalances in your brain, head trauma that you received at some point, blah 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 blah. And extrasomatic factors would be like the environment that you live in, like the environmental stressors that contribute to those things. And we don't oftentimes deal with the extrasomatic factors because it makes it easier to individualize in to make mental health issues a personal failure. Some people think it's moral. Some people think it's intellectual. Some people think it's just genetic, and to not look at mental health as part of part of a structural public health problem. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna pivot. Sorry for being the pro cheater guy. I know everyone's so fucking concerned with plagiarism on YouTube and stuff like that, and you should be. If it comes down to if it's something like making money from something, like if you're directly making money or benefiting from the creation of something, and you plagiarize it, that's obviously bad. For many reasons. But when it comes to stuff like this, I just have to speak to the incentive structure and go okay, well, why does this make sense to do? Because if you're acting like it doesn't, if you're saying it doesn't make sense, I think you're wrong. If you're saying you don't like that it makes sense, then that's something that you have to deal with when it comes to the structural reasons why it makes sense. Anyway, let's pivot. So I was looking for more Black Pope stuff. I was looking for more Black Pope. Here we go. I was looking for more Black Pope content because the Black Pope fucking whips ass. He's a Marxist. He's immortal. He's responsible for 9/11. He's responsible for, I assume, Benghazi. He can control people's minds and force them to do things that they don't want. He is affiliated with the Illuminati, but not in it. The Black Pope whips ass. He's about to get me into religion. So I was looking for that, and honestly, I could not find anything really interesting. So I was like, okay, loose theme. Let's just do Christian conspiracy stuff. We don't have to do specifically the Black Pope. I'm open. I'm open to. We don't know if he's a vampire. I'm open to just broadening our horizons, broadly speaking. And so I spent a little bit of time. I don't want to say a ton of time because that would be overselling it. I spent an hour and a half starting some videos about this topic, and I don't know if you guys remember the guy who thought that rocks were made in factories. He has his name is JT Loves JC. He has his own podcast or whatever. And one of the people on his podcast is this guy on screen right now who, I mean, he looks like so many different people to me. I can't even pick a specific reference. But he goes by Demon Erasers on YouTube and Instagram. Like I said before, like I say all the time, don't harass this person, or he'll sick demons on you, obviously. But no, seriously, just don't. And I found an interview with him, or I was suggested on this channel called Digital Social Hour Podcast. You'll see it has 1.15 million subscribers, but none of the videos get any views. So I don't know what to really attribute that to. They get more views than me. So again, don't want to come across as jealous. But I started watching this, and it's I'm just going to play it. I'm just going to play it. I'm just going to play it. I will say to you, though, there's going to be some things in here that you probably find upsetting. I don't know what specifically they are, but it's going to happen. You're probably going to be upset by some of this stuff. So that's your just general warning.
All the stuff that we watch, all the things that we watch, it is like hidden right.
Okay, hold on. I think it's not up loud enough for me. Funny enough. Okay. I don't know if anyone else has watched this. I don't think they have, because it's not a very popular channel. And I'm also hoping this doesn't get taken down because it might be, one of those channels that people get like copyright struck for. But we got to try.
In front of your face. I just did a video on Akuna.
Hold on. I really need to start this from the beginning because this is just like a preview from what's to come. But I need you to be able to see it because you're going to ask. If you can't see what it's being written here, you're going to ask a lot of questions. I'll put myself up in the top corner. Top dog. Okay. You're just prepare yourself.
All the things that we watch, it is like hidden right in front of your face. I just did a video on Akuna Matata. Okay, Akuna Matata, Akuma in Japanese means evil. Akuma is the name of the devil. I don't know if you know that. You know Akuma? Yeah, so Akuna means ministers, but I just think deliverance sounds too much like delivering a baby or something. So it's easier just to say exorcist. Like I deal with things that are like demonic situations, like haunted houses, kind of people that are having bodily controlled issues, like a lot of times mental disorders. A lot of people think that like exorcism has to do with like some spiritual aspect that is like hidden from the world. They don't realize how real demons are. Like demons are involved in like every aspect of your life. They're involved in like your thoughts. They're involved in your perspective. They're involved in like emotions like bipolarism, like schizophrenia. People think these conditions are like mental conditions, and they're demons.
Wow.
Yeah, they're demons.
So if you
That's exactly what I was saying. They're extra somatic.
Word. There's probably a lot of those guys having demonic influences.
Bro, oh my gosh, there is so much about this. There's a condition. It's called folie du fa, and it means folly of two. Okay, and I forget, maybe I pronounced it wrong. But the folly of two, it's when two schizophrenic people start to experience the same condition at the same time. Okay, so like you put two schizophrenic people in the room, they'll begin to hallucinate the same experience.
Wow.
And, like, how is that even possible? Like,
Well, I will explain how it's possible. Human beings are very suggestible. When you tell people that who have a very strong ego, they don't like to believe it, but human beings are incredibly suggestible. That's why a big portion of like not becoming indoctrinated is not watching stuff like this unless you have a very strong sense of like, not self, but like, if you just have a, strong grasp on reality.
It's not a normal thing that is possible.
Yeah.
So the reality is like that sort of stuff is all connected to demonic control. But the psychological realm, we
I haven't
just
seen
try
the
to
new
get
Joker
people
movie.
medicine,
I haven't seen
push
the
them in
first
corner
Joker
and be
movie
like,
either.
Shut up! Don't talk about that.
And that probably makes it worse, right?
Oh, in a lot of cases, yeah, it does actually make it worse because the demons want people to be isolated. They want people to be not with family, not with friends, because the more isolated an individual we can become, the more demonic control we'll get. That's why people that get schizophrenia, they usually find themselves isolating worse, and then their problems get worse and worse. And so it's just like, it's just a thing that we call, I mean, like today, like right now, people think they're bipolar and like they have no clue that you're just being demonically influenced. And it's really kind of it's really an epidemic in our society today in American culture. People are so overwhelmed with demonic influences in their life, but they don't realize that it's demons. And they keep trying to go to like crystals and retreats and meditation and this to try to fix something that's a spiritual problem.
Yeah, and they can enter you in all sorts of ways, right?
Yes, demons have plenty.
Don't worry about all of like the mental health denying stuff. He's going to get into the real good stuff after this. Like I would have skipped it, but you just got to get a sense for it.
Plenty of ways to enter. The biggest way they enter through people is through trauma. So like trauma is like the number one doorway for demonic entry. And so that's why our culture is based off of like a trauma-based, like mind. You've heard of trauma-based mind control?
No. Oh, is that MK Ultra?
Yes, MK Ultra stuff. Okay, so like MK Ultra is demon. It's like demon possession. Okay, so like our government studied this, like, and they utilize demonic possession to try to control systems, to try to control things. Okay, so like MK Ultra literally is like it's a practiced form of hypnosis and trauma-based mind control. And like hypnosis is real. Have you ever had a hypnotist?
I've done it. I've done it several times. I've done past life hypnosis. I've done regular hypnosis.
Interesting. You were hypnotizable?
I was super skeptical at first. So the first 2 times it didn't work. Then I got someone like really good, I guess.
Yeah, like I said, people are very suggestible. Like the hypnosis thing answers his other thing, which is that like how can folie à deux be real? It's like because people are suggestible, obviously.
Okay. I felt like it worked the 3rd time.
Okay, so interesting. I'm going to tell you right now how hypnosis really works.
I'm going to tell you guys, just you're going to have to just move past the bipolar things are demons, having ADHD is demons, having, hypersexuality is demons. Like he's going to move past it too. He's already moved past it. We're going to just you wait. You'll have more things to take umbrage with.
A lot of ways. Hypnosis, anybody can be hypnotized. It doesn't matter whether you're smart, dumb, rich, poor, whatever. Hypnosis comes down to one key component. It's trauma. If you have had trauma in your life, a lot of trauma, you are going to be a good hypnosis subject. Okay, you will be able to be hypnotized. Now, the hypnotist people aren't going to tell you this because they don't want everybody to know. Like, oh,
I don't think I could be
hypnotized. You're going to fall under hypnosis. But yeah, absolutely. So like when you realize like the trauma, like demons enter through trauma. Okay. And so like people that zone out, if you ever like zoned out and like don't know what you're doing or drive somewhere and all of a sudden you're like, how did I get here? And all this stuff, like, bro, that's trauma.
Yeah.
And like that trauma creates void spaces in your mind. And so like there's a lot of people in today's society that we think you're like, oh, you're dumb. And like, oh, she's stupid or whatever. No, dude, she's not stupid. She's been traumatized. And so what happens when trauma enters into...
I'm always thinking that about Elon Musk. I'm always going like, no, Elon Musk is not stupid. He's been traumatized by his own stupidity, obviously, but, still trauma.
To your body, your brain tries to save itself. Okay, so your brain will literally section off a part of your mind and store the memory in that part of your mind. Okay, and it will just store it in there.
I've seen
and it will
Dreamcatcher.
Say, don't ever go here. Don't ever touch this part of the mind. Don't ever go into this space. Because it's trying to protect you. Your mind is trying to protect you. So it creates void spaces. And then the trauma stores in the void space, and then it gets severed from the rest of your mind. So like there's people that have had like problems and you think you're bad at math and it has nothing to do with being bad at math. Like let's say you just can't remember the number 3 for whatever reason, right? Okay, it literally has to do with like the way your memory stores experiences happens to be like
something that like makes light of trauma. But like all I can think of, and this is going to be like rude, is that you were assaulted by like the Count from Sesame Street on like 3-Day. Or maybe you had a negative experience on the 3rd floor or something. Like that latter part is probably more reasonable. But the first one is the thing that came to mind immediately.
Stored inside of a folder that then,
maybe
had
the Count from Sesame Street, the Dark
cognitive
Pope.
function of how math works in your head. So somebody has something traumatic happen to them, like let's say they get or something, and then all of a sudden, boom, they think they're bad at math. Or boom, they think they're bad at spelling, or they think they're terrible at this, and they can't do these certain things. It has nothing to do with it. It's just they've lost a section of their mind that has a deep cognitive function to it that is being cut off and storing a trauma. Okay, and hypnosis accesses those trauma spaces. That's what hypnosis is. Hypnosis is literally turning on. So there's some people that can't be hypnotized and some people that can. Okay, certain people that can't be hypnotized are people that have either healed from their trauma or don't have a ton of trauma, or B, they're not somebody that allows themselves to experience channeling, what we call it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they've like shut off parts of their mind to avoid from going into these hypnotic spaces.
I think that was me at first, and then I came more at peace with my spirituality.
Interesting. Yeah. So there, if you haven't do you know if you've had trauma like as a child growing up?
Now I do, but I didn't at the time because you're living in the moment.
Exactly.
But now I do, yeah.
It creates, when you have trauma, it creates certain personality types and behavior.
I can't emphasize enough for you how this is the boring stuff, and it's about to go off the rails very quickly after this.
In you that subject you to hypnosis. It makes you open to being hypnotized. And it makes you open to demonic possession.
Damn.
That's how demons work. They work in the void space in your mind where the hypnotist can control you, in a sense. I mean, like we, shaman back in the day were like exorcists. Okay. But like you've heard of like the shaman that like where, they wear like the top hat with the bones or whatever. Yeah. And they like, oh, the shaman will turn you into a chicken. Watch out.
That's more of a witch
He
doctor.
didn't turn people into a chicken.
Dr. Fusilier
He hypnotized them into
Princess and the
thinking they
Frog.
were a chicken. Do you understand? Because they were working with demons and hypnosis back in the day to control people. Like this is like stemming from like what a lot of witchcraft is.
Yeah.
Like witchcraft today is forms of hypnosis, mass hypnosis through the media, through controls, like lots of different forms.
Oh yeah, so this guy is not only an exorcist, he's also kind of a witch hunter. Someone called him like Bland Helsing in the chat, which was very funny, but it's actually pretty accurate. Like he's not just an exorcist, like he like hunts all kinds of like cryptids and such.
How prevalent is witchcraft today? Is it as popular as it used to be?
Oh my God, it's more prevalent than you could even realize,
Really?
bro. Oh, it's in everything we do. It's in everything. It's in our culture. Okay, look. Why do you think they call it the media?
Why?
Because it comes from the word medium.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get into some real word association. So like big ups to my word association friends out there.
It literally is the media is the in between. Okay, the original medium in Greek mythology was Iris. Okay, and she was the messenger of the gods. She was the in between. She was the medium, the go between the bigs and the little. We're the little. The gods, right, are the bigs. The medium's the in between. Goes between the bigs and the littles, right? So the original medium is Iris. What is Iris backwards?
Iris.
Siri.
Holy crap.
Bro, it's Siri. Like, and not only that, do you know, look up how much the first iPhone was sold for. Do you know?
How much?
$666.66.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bro, and why do you think they call it an iPhone? Why is the apple on the back of the iPhone? What do you think that apple represents? Like it represents the apple of Adam and Eve when they took a bite out of the apple, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Like, bro, it's called the iPhone screen. Why is it called a screen? Well, do you know what the word scrying is? Have you heard the word scrying?
Heard of it.
Do you heard the show Black Mirror, right?
Yeah, I just watched it last night.
What do you think your phone is? That's a Black Mirror, bro.
Right now, yeah.
That's a Black Mirror. Yeah. That's what the Black Mirror was, a act of scrying. What witches would do is they would stare into the Black Mirror, obsidian pools of water, and get visions, lying visions. Okay? They would get these visions and they would see things and then convey their visions. What are we doing with our phones and our devices today? Bro, when you're on your phone, what are you doing? You're bowing. You're bowing down. Like, think about it. Like,
wow.
It's so prevalent, we don't even recognize it. It's just witchcraft has evolved to a point where you are oblivious to it.
Yeah, because before it was obvious.
Well, yeah, you would think it was obvious back then, but it wasn't even obvious back then either. Like, but today it's definitely obvious now when you know the truth, when you can look it up and research it. Like if we saw witchcraft back then, but back then they were just as deceived as we are today. You know what I mean? Like we don't. That's why there was like witch hunts and all this stuff. They're like, oh, it's witchcraft. They're like trying to find it.
Yeah.
Right? Because they couldn't pinpoint it. Because witchcraft means it's to craft or to bend something. It's called magic arts and witchcraft, not arts and crafts, magic arts and witchcraft. It means to bend something to your will, to distort it. Just think of like switchcraft, when you switch it from the will of God to your will. So you got to think of like let's say you're living a horrible life and you get some STD and you're being, sleeping around like crazy, right?
I'm sorry, I had to let him cook for a little bit. I told
technically, in some regard, that's the will of God that the sickness befell you. Okay? That's the will of God. But what do? You go to pharmakia, which, by the way, is the root word for witchcraft. It's where we get the word pharmacy. You go to pharmakia to get...
You go to pharmakia? What? Is that like a pharmacy inside of an IKEA? What the hell? Is he just using like the Spanish word for pharmacy? But like, I get confused whether like, is the Spanish word for pharmacy pharmacia, or is it like one of those countries where they still like use like apothecary?
This medicine to get rid of your STD so that way you don't continue having to suffer from the results of your sin, so you can continue in your sin. Like, that's the judgment of it's witchcraft is bending things to your will, bending things to your desire. It's manipulation. That's all witchcraft. And so like it's so prevalent. Like Hollywood is it's a massive gnosis program. Like we call it Hollywood because Hollywood's the wood and witches and wizards used in their wands and crafts back in the day. You know that, right?
Okay.
Really?
Yes. It's crafted out of Hollywood.
Wow.
Okay.
Bro, and Bel Air is actually where we get the name of Satan. One of the names of Satan is Beliar.
Oh my God.
And it's right next to Hollywood. Like Beliar. Oh, the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. What do you think that's from? Like
everything's hidden in plain sight.
It's right in front of your face. It's in our English language. Like the language itself is occultic.
Yeah.
Like English is an angelic. It comes from English, Anglo-Saxon, from English, from angelish, which was a fallen angel, Nephilim derived manipulated language. And so like English is occultic. Why do you think we have the word? Why do we call it spelling, bro?
Spells.
What did we write in back in the day? Cursive. Do you know why it's called grammar? It comes from grimoire, which was the old books of witchcraft. You heard of the Brothers Grimm? Grimoire is grim. It means death also. It means not good. Like our language, English language, is an occultic witchcraft language.
Holy crap.
Bro, like it's so prevalent, you don't even see it. Like people they're so oblivious to how much witchcraft is integrated in our society. Like bro, Hollywood. What do they call the people on the shows that you watch? What is the name of them? The actors? What's another name for actors? The cast.
Cast.
Bro, they are casting a spell on you when you watch it. It's called the broadcast because they are broadly casting a spell on everybody who watches. The broadcast.
I guess I'm assuming that everyone who's watching along with me is intimately familiar with this kind of reactionary mindset where like they get obsessed with numerology or etymology, right? The one that's not bugs, the one that's words and not bugs. So like etymology and philology, they get obsessed with that stuff, but they don't believe in coincidences. Like conspiracy theorists, just by nature of what having this kind of mindset does to you, it incentivizes you and rewards you psychologically and oftentimes socially if you get into like a community of people like this for like noticing patterns, even if they don't actually exist. It rewards you for having an overactive pattern recognition system. And so they start to see it everywhere. And this particular type of it is very popular. You saw it in like our Jordan Maxwell video that we watched that one time. Like this is very common amongst conspiracy theorists because they lack real evidence for the things that they believe. And so they latch on to like coincidences. They latch on to like analogies and like wordplay because that's all they really have.
Like it's literally the television. Okay, it's called television program. Gram, remember Grim? Gram? It's the same root. So programmer is pro-grimoire. It means for witchcraft. They program you. They channel. They call it the channel.
That's nuts.
Bro, like why are all the terms witchcraft terms? Like when you study the occult and you know the history of it, like I'm an exorcist. I studied demonology for a really long time because I thought it was a hobby. I was like, oh, this is cool. I saw
they don't know about like Latin roots really or like Greek roots, or they don't know how like words actually like function. They think it's all like magic. They think it's all part of like the secret.
When I was a kid, or some shadow thing appeared in my room, freaked me out so bad, caused me to like look into like spiritualism stuff and study demonology, which is not good. It's not something you should look into. But I studied the occult. I studied witchcraft. I like looked into astral projection and all these things, and like because I wanted to understand it and know how it worked. But like it wasn't until later, like way later down the line, where the Lord like slapped me and woke me up and was like, "Yo, hey, like I was living a worldly lifestyle. I was polyamorous, dude. I had multiple girlfriends and I was living a very worldly lifestyle.
Okay.
I was not in line with the Lord. Like I knew the Bible well because I studied it, just because I thought it was like my hobby, right? I don't have like, and by the way, I don't have one of those testimonies. Like so many Christians are like, I came to Jesus because my life was terrible and I was giving into sin.
This all sounds like cap to me. This all sounds like, the exorcist does protest too much, but
all the time, and my life was falling apart, and I was on drugs, and then all of a sudden, Jesus saved me.
Okay.
Bro, that's not what I am.
Sure, like, man, whatever.
My life was great. My life was fantastic. I had girlfriends, and I was totally fine with my situation. Okay, but like one of my main girlfriend at the time or whatever, she ends up getting demonically like influenced and possessed. because she's reading the occult stuff that I have like laying around because I just studied it. I thought it was cool. And she starts looking into stuff and starts realizing, like, wait a second, like witchcraft's real. Like the occult is real. Like this is all around us. Like something, I don't know how, but something happened to her where she started getting demonically possessed and her behavior started changing. She started acting bipolar. She started having like body spasms randomly.
Damn.
It's funny how this all seems to be leading to the classic, like, and that's how I got into exorcism, because I had a crazy ex, and and I imagine this is all cover for like just getting dumped, right? You gotta imagine that, like some girl dumped him.
She started having like little, like weird behavior changes, and I'm like, dude, something's like not right with this. Like I don't know what's going on. Like something's not right. Like people think demons just possess you if you do a little dance and jig or whatever, and the demon's gonna possess. It doesn't possess everybody. Like it doesn't, just because somebody does something or has something or knows something, demon can't possess you. You have to, a lot of times you got to know better and do it anyways. And that opens you up to demonic influence. It's when you go against the convictions of your heart that opens you up to demonic influence.
Damn.
People don't. So like when you're like, hey, look, I don't need to tell you that beating your wife is a sin. In fact, there's no Bible verse that says that. Did you know that? There's no Bible verse that says beating your wife's a sin. But you know in your heart, whether you're a Christian or not, you know that that's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, if you continue to do it, guess what? You are going to open yourself up.
Very, very weird thing to jump to immediately. I know I'm a little bit suspicious and not, I don't promote. I'm very suspicious and cognizant of someone going from talking about how they had a problematic relationship to beating their wife immediately. So,
because your conviction, you've denied it, is going to open yourself up to demons. Demons will get into you and they will start to affect your life because you have gone against the word that has been written on your heart.
Gates9, thank you for the super chat. Brandon Esoterica, Dr. Justin Sledge for the real deal. Super interesting guy. Was even caught up in a satanic panic as a kid. So I know we watch a lot of stuff like this, like stuff about like, clearly fake exorcists or like people who have like mental illness of one type or another. And I wouldn't describe myself as a true believer in the supernatural. I ultimately just find things fascinating. They don't need to be true. But like, this is one of the exercises I like to do, no pun intended, when it comes to watching stuff like this. Like, whatever evidence they're using is not very compelling, but I do like to challenge myself to imagine what actual compelling evidence would be of what they're describing and, like, look at the gap between what they're presenting and what I have in my head that would convince me. Because that's just a good, that's a good thought experiment when you're unconvinced by someone's claims. Like, think about like what it would take to actually convince you. And if not, you might be a fundamentalist in your own beliefs, and that's fine too. It's fine to be a fundamentalist about certain things. Like, I'm a fundamentalist about trans rights. Like, you're not going to present to me information that makes me think differently that I would consider to be like reasonable to assume exist. Like, that's just the reality of it. You'd have to present to me something that would be unreasonable, likely based on what I know to exist out there right now, and then I might change my mind. But like in terms of reasonableness, I'm not very reasonable about that. But when it comes to stuff like Bigfoot or whatever, I could be convinced.
Jesus says, "I will write my commandments on their heart." A lot of Christians are like, "You got to follow all the rules and blah 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 blah." That's not what Jesus said. He said, "I came not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it." But when something's fulfilled, what's it mean? It means it's done. So when the law is fulfilled, there's not like some rule book that you have to go by. He said, "I will write my laws upon their heart." The Holy Spirit, Jesus, is in your heart right now. He's speaking to every single person right now. You have convictions in your heart. When you know you're not supposed to do a thing and you do it anyways, you're going against your convictions. It's opening you up to demons. That's how witchcraft works. This is how demons work. And like the witchcraft gets access through this.
Okay.
Witchcraft is entirely demonic, by the way. It's like literally working with demons.
Okay.
And so like when you understand these principles, you're like, dude, like my life's falling apart and all these bad things are happening and blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's because you've literally done things against your convictions. You knew you weren't supposed to. You've evoked something demonic, and now the demon has access to you. And so the demons don't affect everybody. They're the same. Like, it's like people are like, "Oh, well, I did that and I didn't get sick or didn't get it. Why did they get cancer from it?" Like, they got cancer because they did it and they knew better.
What?
Like there's an interesting thing like when it comes to like smoking. There's like this old woman I saw. She's like 100 and something. She's smoking cigarettes her whole life.
Yeah.
Doesn't have cancer. Didn't die. And you're like, how does this woman who's 100 not have any kind of sickness from smoking cigarettes their whole life. And then there's people that are like 30 that die from lung cancer. You're like, well, what's the difference? You're like, well, the woman never was told no. She was never told you shouldn't smoke those cigarettes. They're going to kill you. And so the conviction was never there.
She was probably told that.
And so the Lord has grace on people when they are ignorant to some extent. Okay, to some extent, not all extent.
Okay.
But like the Lord knows your heart and he sees it. And so the Lord may have grace on this person. They can smoke cigarettes their whole life. But then there's people that like, they were told, you better not smoke this cigarette. It's going to kill you. It's going to kill you over and over and over and over. And then you're like, oh, okay, well, and you do it anyways. And guess what? It kills you.
Yeah, because back then they didn't know it was as bad for you.
They didn't know. They weren't fully aware. There's people that felt that they shouldn't. And that's probably what evoked the starting point of them starting to die because they were neglecting their understanding of it.
Right.
And so like, bro, but now guess what? They put in other countries, they put these nasty images of smoking, of like lung cancer and all this stuff to supposedly stop you from, no, that's witchcraft. They are telling you, look at this pack of cigarettes. That's what your lungs are going to look like when you make this agreement, when you smoke this, when you burn this offering. It's a burned offering, by the way, to a demon. Just so you know.
What does that mean?
Smoking cigarettes, when you burn, it's a burned offering.
Really?
It's just like burning sage. It's like burning anything else. When you smoke cigarettes, you are burning an offering to some demonic thing. You just don't.
But doesn't that contradict the other part that he just said? Like, if smoking a cigarette is a burnt offering to a demon, then even if you don't know that's what you're doing, it should still have a negative consequence. But he said that as long as you don't think it's something bad, nothing negative will likely happen to you. Not, always, like he said, but usually. So, like, what am I saying? What am I trying to make sense of this?
Don't know what.
That's crazy.
You don't understand. And like, dude, if you look at every pack of cigarettes, bro, like every pack of cigarettes has like pyramid stuff on it. Like, and you'll notice there's like a connection to it. I can show you. Can I show you on my phone?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so like, just look at these cigarettes. Start at the bottom left corner where the skull
pyramid.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Notice there's, so the original, there's things called pyramids and ziggurats. You ever heard of a ziggurat?
No, what is that?
It's like a pyramid with a step pyramid. Okay, so like the ziggurats are those step pyramids.
Yeah, those are all pyramids. That's crazy.
Those are all pyramids. And bro, this is like the Marlboro logo. It's literally an inverted pyramid.
Yeah.
And so like people don't even see it. But like the camel pack and like the old Marlboro logo, literally they emphasize the A. Why do you think they emphasize the A on the old Marlboro?
Like a pyramid.
Yes, because it's about the pyramid. And the camel, it's not about the camel. It's about the pyramids in the background.
Holy crap.
Bro, Corso, pyramid, Misty. Those are the mystics that ran the pyramids. Cool is the ancient derivation for ghoul, where you get the word ghost and ghoul, which means demons that ran the pyramids, that worked with the pyramids. It's also like where we get the word alcohol, okay? Alcohol means body-eating spirit. It's Aramaic. Okay, alcohol. It's not alcohol, it's alcohol. That's the proper translation. That's why it says spirits. Because when you drink alcohol, it is opening you up to a spiritual realm, allowing demons to enter you. Like when you're if you're blacked out drunk, bro, alcohol is literally like the purest form of demon possession.
Wow.
Blacked out drunk is like, that's demon possession. And demons aren't used to being in bodies. So when you see somebody drunk, they're like, eh. It's because a demon doesn't walk in a human body like that.
And some people, when they're drunk, they get fighty. They want to fight people.
Because it's a freaking demon in them. It's not even them. And so like they're opening, and they're in their body, they're fighting something that's fighting them. And they've evoked a demon. And like, you got to understand, like, why alcohol? Why does alcohol evoke demons? Like, okay, well, what is mushrooms? Mushrooms take you in the spiritual realm. It's real, bro. Have you ever had somebody with mushrooms talk on the show or anything? Yeah, bro, it is real. That is a real realm they are going to. There's people that have simultaneous trips while they take mushrooms together, go to the same place. Like, that's not possible. Like, that is, how is this happening? Because it's real. It is a spiritual realm. But guess what? Mushrooms grow out of poop. They grow out of dead stuff. You are eating something from the realm of rot and decay. Guess what that's going to bring you? Demons.
Damn.
Bro, you eat from the realm of rot and decay. It's going to take you to the spiritual realm, but in a violating form. Okay, what is alcohol?
I fully admit that I'm perhaps not doing my best at commentary in this one. I'm just on the ride with you all. Like I'm expanding my mind. I'm learning what things are and are not demons. So far, everything is a demon, or witchcraft. Some are both, but none are neither. So but like nothing is not a demon. Even English, which is Anglish, which is like angel speak, is also demonic. So, you know.
It's rotted Jew. A burned offering to a demon. It's a different demon. It shows up when you smoke weed. It's a different demon, but it is a demon. I'm telling you what. Really? You are burning an offering, just like the Bible. They burned offerings to the Lord. You ever heard of that before or no?
Yep.
That's what you're doing. You're burning these offerings to demons.
I feel like lighting up a demon right now if you get my drift.
Demons to evoke them. It's just evolved. Like we just changed what it was. And they're also sacrifices. They're human sacrifices, which why they're pyramids. Everywhere there's a pyramid, like think about this. Everywhere there's a pyramid, we know that there was human sacrifice. Except for, in Egypt. Yeah. Oh, no, that wasn't human sacrifice happening in Egypt. Oh, no. Just all the other pyramids around the world, we were sacrificing humans. But Egypt, they were tombs. Even though they don't look like tombs, we never found a body in them. Okay, disregard that. Okay, well, maybe they weren't tombs, but they were maybe they were power generators.
No, that's fool.
True. They got the same blood pools in front of them that are in front of the Aztec temples. They were human sacrificial points, which is why they would take people there, kill them, pour their blood into those little shallow...
Everyone remembers when David Copperfield sacrificed that poor virgin at the Luxor Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. So people need to stop pretending like that didn't happen.
Pools that we know they were doing over in the Aztec temple region because they were evoking spirits. They were evoking demons to get sacred knowledge. This is what they were doing. How do you think the Aztecs got their perfect calendar?
They sacrificed.
They sacrificed a bunch.
How long do you think we've been listening to this guy talk? Do you think how long? Because I bet you whatever your estimate is a lot longer than it actually has been because of how many facts he's dropping on you. It's only been 5 minutes. No, I'm lying. But you believe me for a second there.
Next week. Like, no, this is not like how this is working. They were sacrificing humans to get their perfect information from the gods that would show up, which were demons. They were like, oh, yeah, look at these godless. They just murdered a bunch of people for no reason. The demons would physically show up and be like, what do you want? We'll give you something for killing all these people. Good job doing what we wanted you to do.
Okay.
And they would say, oh, worship the gods.
Okay.
And then they would literally demons that have like manifested, embodied people throughout time, or had some spiritual experience where they were able to show up physically somehow. They do all kinds of stuff. And so like this is like where people get their information. Why? And so the cigarette companies, they're called pyramids or ziggurats. How many other words sounds like ziggurat? Cigarette, ziggurat, cigarette. Bro, they're telling you what it is. You are a human sacrifice.
Gates 9, thank you for the super chat. Pyramids, no bodies, also no hieroglyphics. Also, what people don't realize, not even pyramidal. They're actually cylindrical. It's crazy how much you've been exposed to mistruths by the powers that be.
Sacrifice, when you smoke cigarettes, you are the sacrifice at the ziggurat. They're offering you to the gods. They're offering you to the demons.
Who's they?
And who owns all the big companies in the world? Big tobacco.
Oh, I was going to say, don't say it. Don't say it.
Tobacco. Who owns Kraft? Oh, that's why they keep putting poisons in our food. Yeah, because you're a
Kraft,
sacrifice.
Like
even
mac
when
and
you eat
cheese.
now, you're a sacrifice.
Bro, they're putting so many toxic poison. You wonder why they're doing all this. It's all witchcraft. They're trying to make more sacrifices, kill more people.
This guy is you guys don't like this guy, but he's the new head of Health and Human Services in America. Like, so you're going to have to learn to like him, essentially.
They offer it to their pyramids, to their gods, to the ziggurats, make their offerings, their burned offerings of you, and all with the things to get more information from the gods.
Wow.
This has been going on for centuries. The Babylonians did it.
Doomathon on Twitch says, Brandon, can you comment on the nutritional food pyramid? Demonic. Demonic, and you should know better, obviously. You know how many people have been sacrificed at the nutritional food pyramid? Dozens.
Aztecs, the Incas did it. Like, bro, they've all been doing this. It's all human sacrifice to gain information from the gods.
So I have a question for you all. Is there anything you guys believe is actually demonic? But like I don't mean like literally demonic. You know what I mean? Like put it in the same realm as demons, not hell, obviously, but you know what I mean, like things that are actually demonic. And I only say that to tell you what I think is demonic. I think those like minions, like the Despicable Me minions, are demonic. I don't like those things at all. I think that whole thing makes you closer to Satan. I don't like the minions.
What the elites people are doing. That's what, like, why do you think they want war and all this other stuff? These are more ritual sacrifices for the demons. Demons love when there's people murdering people. Like they love the chaos over there in like the area with people with little hats that I can't talk about.
I mean, when you look at how a lot of wars were started, it seems orchestrated.
Yes. And it's orchestrated by whom, though? That's the thing.
No,
it's
he
like,
did it. Damn it.
Like, this guy over here is doing stuff that seems weird, and this guy over here is also doing that's kind of playing out. Like, how is there a world effort orchestration going on? Like, why does the elite system that's controlling everything seem to be, like, cohesive? But then they do, like, one-off things. It's like, well, maybe he's not part of the agenda. Well, maybe he is. Well, dude, you're being played. Everyone's being played. They're little puppets being played by demons. Okay, like there's this, there like people think that like these people are in control. Like they think that the elites are in control. The elites aren't in control. Why do you think they? Okay, you know how many celebrities and people that are in Hollywood had to sacrifice somebody? Have you heard about this?
Assume over 80%, if I had to guess.
Yeah. Have you heard about like?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna dip off screen for a second. I'm still here listening because obviously I am, but I gotta light up a demon. It's hard to talk off camera, but speaking of things that Kanye has said recently, I just found out about the Cousins song maybe a few days ago, and Kanye's definitely on something.
Yes, but it's also to gain more possession of the body of the person. Because when you sacrifice, when you kill, it doesn't matter how you kill them. When you say sacrifice, you think of probably like a table and like a knife and candles and stabbing. No, bro, that doesn't matter. It just matters that they're dead. Okay, that's it. When you sacrifice somebody, it matters that they're dead.
No, I'm here right now.
So the elites, they don't care how you kill someone, but you got to kill somebody close to you.
Oh, okay.
That's what all the celebrities, Michael Jordan, his dad.
That was
like Bill Cosby. I think it was.
Gambling addiction is definitely a demon. So maybe Michael Jordan's dad was killed by demons.
Son or something, I forget. Like there's a bunch of people. You can look up all these famous people that all have someone real close to them died. And you're like, why do all the famous people have somebody close that just died in weird freak accidents? They were sacrificed.
God, I would
it doesn't
kill.
matter how they
I would
die.
kill for a
It
podcast with this guy and Kanye.
Okay, because what that does is it creates trauma in the person's mind, and it divides their mind because now they have to think like, did I cause it? Did I cause the death of that person, the person that I love? And you have to kill somebody that you love when you're in the occult. That's literally what they bring you to. You get to a highest level in the occult, and they say, surprise, you're going to kill someone you love.
Okay,
that's literally what happens. They do this in...
That's also what happens in Avengers Endgame to Thanos when he goes to get the Infinity Stone and has to talk to, like, the Red Skull. So, I mean, I think he might just be confusing his lores.
In the armies, in the Israeli army, they talk about, like, raising kittens. Have you heard about that? Where they give them kittens in the soldiers, and they raise it till they're, like, one, and then they make them kill it with their bare hands.
What?
Yes, that's witchcraft.
I don't think
that's so messed up. It is so evil because what it does.
Look, I believe a lot of stuff about the IDF. I don't believe that is true. Probably. It is, though, something that happens in the movie Dog Soldiers. Not the raising the kitten part, but like being expected to kill an animal in order to be inducted into the squad.
Does is it divides the mind. It creates a trauma, breaks the mind, and then the demon can come in, and now you are a good hypnosis subject. Now we can MK Ultra you. Now we can do what we want with you because your mind has now been divided from the trauma that you've experienced. They now.
Awesome Possum, thank you for the super chat on YouTube. Guy playing with anti-Semitism now. He's not just playing with it. It was only a matter of time. I think, it was wishful thinking on my part that the Christian exorcist, obsessed with demons in media was not going to go into anti-Semitism. But I appreciate, for the sake of my own monetization in like just channel in general, that he's softballing it in. He's not doing hard anti-Semitism. He's doing soft anti-Semitism.
Oh, they could take advantage of you as an individual. Why do you think they want all this, like, all the pedo stuff? Like, why do you think they want all that stuff going on?
Oh, here we
they
go.
want it because it creates trauma.
Okay, good. This is going to get good.
They want these things.
It's going to get good.
And
It's like a variation of Giuseppe. It's not. It doesn't mean like the. Doesn't mean the pedo. It just sort of sounds like that, which is another issue with their like etymology obsession. Like sometimes words that are unrelated sound the same, and they also can't accept that.
It's not phallic seeming at all, is it? Why does his nose grow when he tells a lie? Oh, what else should you just lie about it when it grows?
It's fairy tale.
Like, bro, like literally, like, and then he gets swallowed by a whale. But let's forget the part where Jonah gets swallowed by a whale. Let's rewrite it. The history. It was Pinocchio that got swallowed by a whale, not the guy from the Bible. Don't think about the Bible.
Okay, so a few things. First of all, Pinocchio doesn't pretend like it's real. It's a fairy tale written by an Italian guy whose name I sometimes remember, but I can't right now. It doesn't pretend to be real like people pretend about the Bible. We've talked about this a few times recently, and the more, like, ever since I started to realize that a non-insignificant portion of Americans cannot tell the difference between like a movie, like fiction, like a fictional movie, and reality, if it suits their purposes in making an argument, like they will just forget that there's a distinction between those two things, and they will just treat it like it happened. Like, a lot more things have clicked in my head, and I do think probably American Christians are like the biggest victims of this inability to discern fact from fiction. But like, yeah, people don't pretend like Pinocchio is a real story that happened. Second. In the Bible, this is, fraud checking this motherfucker. Actually, streamer, you're wrong. It's a big fish,
Like, don't think about Jonah. Like, think about Pinocchio. And then what does the guy take him to? Stupid little boys.
Oh.
He takes stupid little...
Oh, this part is... I'm going to give you a trigger warning for, but it is very funny. I did watch this part before. It's going to get dark, though.
Pinocchio. And then what does the guy take him to? Stupid little boys. He takes stupid little boys to Pleasure Island.
Jeez.
Oh, where they get turned into asses? Why asses? What do you think they're doing to these stupid little boys at Pleasure Island? Like, this is movies in our culture created by people that are in the elite that know about this kind of stuff, that are doing these kind of things.
Also, does he not know that Pinocchio is not just a movie? Like, it seems like he is unfamiliar with the fact that Pinocchio is based on like an old Italian like folk story, right? Like, I can't remember specifically when it was written. I want to say like 1566, but there's no way that's actually accurate. I'm gonna look it up right now. Pinocchio. Of course I know why Pinocchio was like in my head. I've been playing that fucking Lies of P game, of course. 1883, and it's by Carlo Collodi. But like, yeah, so I thought it was 1566 for some reason. I can't remember why. But like, I've been playing a lot of Lies of P, which kind of whips ass. But yeah, like, it's not a modern story. It's not like, it wasn't written after Epstein or anything like that. Like,
things. Like, but like, they hide it in our culture in your face and make you think that stuff isn't happening. Like, there's so much stuff connected to like basically movies and the industry and all the stuff that we watch.
I love movies.
All the things that we watch, it is like hidden right in front of your face. I just did a video on Hakuna Matata.
Yes.
Did you see the Hakuna Matata video I did?
No.
Okay, Hakuna Matata.
We should watch that too.
Akuma in Japanese means evil.
Okay.
Akuna Akuma is the name of the devil. I don't know if you know that. You know Akuma? Yeah, so Akuna
from Street Fighter.
means evil. Akuna Matata means many evil demons.
Jeez.
Akuna Matata.
Jeez. And I love the host of this show. Like, he's so funny. I don't know if he believes any of this stuff. I don't know anything about this guy, but like, he's the perfect interviewer for this guy. Like, he's just really letting him go, and then like every so often throwing in like a dag, wow, demons, crazy. was it demons? And that's exactly what you need from him. I will say Akuma's badass. Akuma's badass in Street Fighter. Sometimes when I'm at the gym, like people sometimes question why I'm in really good shape. You know, various reasons. It's funny. It's primarily, I think it's funny to be really buff. Like it's super funny to be really buff and then like eating sushi with like tiny chopsticks. I do a lot of visual gags like that in my normal life. I really like picking stuff up and like putting it down. Like I carried like 2 cases of water to like a Palestine encampment today, and the entire time I was like carrying them, I was just like, yeah, I fucking love this. I love picking things up. I really enjoy lifting things up and carrying them places and putting them back down. Like it's one of like I don't think I've ever complained about that in my entire life. If someone asks me to lift something, I will get up from what I'm doing usually. Even if you ask me to do something else and I wouldn't get up. I will get up and start lifting. It's my favorite thing. But also because I watch a lot of anime and people in anime are very buff. And so a lot of times when I'm at the gym, I'll do a little Akuma pose in the mirror and I'm like, yeah. Imagine if like a kanji had said like heaven appeared on my back. That'd be sick as hell.
Japanese. Now you might go, okay, well, it's Japanese. We're not going to talk about Japanese. Let's talk about it in
also Akuna Matata
in Zulu.
is Swahili.
Akuma Matata. Akuna Matata in
it means no worries.
In Swahili means there is no means there is no worries, supposedly, right?
So no, not supposedly. It just does. It does mean that. Like Swahili is a real language. I'm glad he can at least acknowledge that it has a meaning in the language. But like a lot of words in different languages sound the same because the human mouth and vocal cords can only make so many distinct sounds, and those distinct sounds can only be strung together in so many distinct ways. It's just so by random chance, sometimes cultures that have had no interaction with each other have words that sound similar to each other, especially when pronounced through various accents or speech impediments.
But if you break it up, it actually means there's other terms. It means there's complications. But in Zulu, Akuna Matata means there's no fathers. Okay. And Zulu happens to be the primary language that the Lion King songs are singing. Zulu and Swahili. Okay. So, but they told you, no, that song is in Swahili. It's not in Zulu. So like,
it is in
they're
Swahili.
Not singing there is no fathers. Or there is no father, sorry. Akuna Matata means there is no father.
Okay.
Nuts.
And what happens in the story of Lion King? Oh yeah, the dad dies.
Because Hamlet.
And who is that targeted to? That movie is like literally targeted to the African American community. And it's like, why did they? Like,
I was right.
Movies like for Mulan, we've got Mulan in Asia.
Oh no, he's getting racist.
Snow White.
He's getting racist. Okay.
We've got all the other people. You know, in India. Jazz.
I was confused what we were talking about this. Why we were talking about this for a little too, but now he's just going to start getting racist. I don't know where this is going to go though, but I kind of got that once he started talking about like dead fathers and like African languages. I was like, oh, he's going to just get racist. There's no way he can stop. The White Lion, like the Japanese movie. So maybe honestly he has a point about this Japanese Swahili connection. I guess maybe I'm the asshole, but like, yeah, I mean, it's not like a very inventive movie, and Lion King is good,
Who runs this and who's running it, and they're all people tied to the occult,
of course,
tied to that area that we're not allowed to talk about, where they wear their little funny hats.
Come on, guys.
They're all tied to that.
Nuts.
And and that stuff. When you get down to it, you realize like the highest order of witchcraft is actually the Kabbalistic.
Oh God.
The Cabal. That's the highest order of witchcraft.
God damn it.
Which is stuff. But people don't know that, and people are like, "Oh, that's the untouchable topic we're not allowed to talk about," right? But it's like, dude, do you know who Marina Abramovich is?
Heard of her, I think.
She's
no, we're definitely okay. I said we wouldn't skip it. We're gonna skip this part. We're gonna move on to psychics. We're gonna move on to psychics. We're not gonna hear his positions on Maria.
So yeah.
Do you feel the same way about psychics?
Psychics are that's a very interesting subject, but a lot of times there is people that have prophetic gifts.
Okay, so this part also, I also listen to some of this part. This part also whips ass. A lot of parts whip ass, and there's no anti-Semitism for a little bit.
That the Lord subject, but a lot of times there is people that have prophetic gifts that the Lord has given. Okay, there's some people. Have you ever gone to a psychic?
Yeah.
Have they told you stuff that came true?
Yes, but a lot of advice is broad.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep. And so a lot of it is there's two things sort of three things going on. Okay. So there is the sort of keep it very vague, and then you can make up what it means in your head, and then you believe it. Right. So there's that's happening. And that's just lies and deceit. There is, however, people that have prophetic gifts where they can say stuff and it comes true. Okay. There's people that literally have anointings, and whether they are of the Lord or not is to be determined. Okay. They that's up to them.
I'm like that, actually. You know, I wouldn't describe myself as a prophet, but sometimes I have prophetic dreams, to quote Huey Freeman from the Boondocks. And like, I find that sometimes those dreams are hard to interpret, but they do end up coming true one way or another. And in fact, the only time I have dreams that I can remember, I feel like they are quite prophetic. Like the last time I had a dream that I could remember vividly, I don't know if I told you this before because it happened during the time I was streaming. I dreamed, this was right after Kanye did something, but more specifically, he put like that swastika T-shirt on his like storefront, his like, his online shop. And in my dream, I dreamed that I bought the swastika T-shirt from Kanye West's store, and then I wore it outside, and immediately like the swastika like thing on it. Well, I don't know what you like, the embossing. That's not the right word for it. The pattern. No, the whatever, like the iron on whatever the swastika on it started to immediately peel off. And what I'm trying to say is that I think that dream was telling me that Kanye West was going to spiral further and release a song about like his sexual relationships with his cousin. So yeah, next time you make fun of me, remember that I'm a prophet.
But like the reality is they have prophetic gifts, so they can see things. They get visions. They'll look at people. They'll get visions. They can see things in the spirit. Now, how they use their prophetic gift is up to them. They can use it and say, I'm a witch, I'm a psychic, and blah, 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 blah. Like, or they can use it for the Lord and they become what you would call a prophet, and they can become very powerful in the kingdom of God. But unfortunately, the majority of people don't even know about this stuff. And most of those people are like, I'm a witch. And then when you start giving into your own power of being a psychic or having your prophetic gift, you start giving into like your self-fulfilling kind of understanding, then the demons come in and the demons start working with you. And then you start hearing the voices. And then they start like saying, oh, I'm hearing a voice talk to me. The spirits are saying this, the channeling of this, oh, blah, blah, blah. Now you done near opened yourself up to a demonic party. Okay.
That's a real shame. I just want to say thank you, Javier CF, for the gifted sub and for subscribing. Welcome to the Flat Pack. I hope you're enjoying having your mind forcefully opened. Thank you also, Dark Wutaw, for your subscription on Twitch. And let me tell you, folks, it's your money that keeps this thing going. It keeps me here watching this guy. That's not true. I would be here regardless, but I really appreciate it because, I need money.
Now, guess what? You can go to somebody and you'll be like, hey, like, I have a friend. They were told, like, you're going to marry this person. You're going to divorce this person who's in the military, and then you're going to marry an artist.
Wow.
And then you're going to have a child, and it's going to be a boy. And then that person's going to leave you, and then for a redhead. Okay?
That's crazy.
Bro, this happened for this person.
Are you serious?
Yes. But you got to understand like how it happened. Like she now in her head was told this story, right? So she has this narrative in her head. So she goes out and she sees a guy in a military.
So I know some of you are thinking that he's going to say it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. He's not going to say that, obviously. He's going to blame it on demons. Don't be silly. Why would you think that? Why would you think that he would have that level of analysis? Come on, don't be. It's demons.
Military uniform, and the demons are like, that's him, and they're whispering in her ear like, go do that, yeah. And so she's like, oh my gosh, and she goes to him. He ends up being a terrible person because obviously it was just like demons influencing. So she divorces the guy, and then she comes across an artist and like, that's him, and she goes to the artist guy, and then like he's like, marry me, and she's like, okay, whatever. And then it's only down to a 50-50 chance that you have a boy or a girl. They have a boy, and then she's like, you know what, I'm gonna leave. And then she kind of like zones out and like just leaves him. And like just for whatever, and he starts hanging out with a girl that happens to be friends with him that's redheaded. Like, and so like, but like the demons cater the circumstance like to this situation. So like, it may not, that didn't have to be her story. That didn't have to be her story, but she allowed the story to make her experience. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, so this is like how demons work when it comes to manipulating the circumstance. So some people can also do what's called demonic prophecy. Like, and that's like speaking things as though they want them to be. So why do you think they put all this stuff in the media? Like, oh, the end of the world's coming and all this stuff's terrible happening, blah, blah, blah. Because they want you to speak it. They want you to prophesy that it's going to come about.
Imagination Epoch on Twitch says, does he actually talk about his own metaphysical paradigm, or is he just going to badmouth the occult the entire time? I think if you really think and are honest about like what American Christianity is like, you'll understand that the two are not mutually exclusive. Like, most of American Christianity is just bad mouthing other people's religion while also being not very familiar with the boundaries or specifics of your own.
Because the enemy can't, like, the authority Jesus gave to the world,
drifting into like the occult, like half remember things from episodes of Supernatural,
bro, with my words.
And, like
I
the
look
X-Files.
at people sometimes, and the demons will leave them.
Damn.
I don't even have to say anything. Like, bro, like literally, like demons will leave people because they know the authority that I carry. Like all of us, like me and my friends, all do exorcism stuff. Like when you start walking in the anointing of God, like demons leave. They don't want to be around you.
Yeah.
Okay, but like I don't need to prove that is there. Like the authority follows me.
Okay.
So like the anointing follows. Okay, but like they want people to curse things into existence because the authority's been given to us. So in a sense, it's funny because I saw you had this channeling girl on previously, and she said something that's very demonically true. It's very true. She says, you are creating your reality.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay. Like little segments of speech that would make for great band names. Like Demonic Prophecy, that's a sick name for like a hardcore band. Like I would
sort
listen
of thing,
to
like,
Demonic Prophecy.
The elites have to tell you what they're doing.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You've heard that. No, that's not what it is. It's the reverse of what you think.
What?
They tell you stuff so that you will prophesy it and say that it's going to happen, and then the demons have a right to do it. It's the same reason they put the disgusting images of the lungs on the packs of cigarettes.
Okay.
So that you see that pack and you
That's
see it
basically
and
the
you
same
go,
thing,
this is what's happening to me when you burn the offering, and you know what? It's going to happen to you.
They plant the seed and then you talk about it.
That's it. It's not them having to tell you some spiritual rule of nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
They want you to speak it into existence.
Obviously,
the news
dumbass.
is prophecy. It's demonic prophecy.
It's demonic prophecy. That's sick.
Yes.
It's never a positive story.
They want the negativity. They feed off the negativity. They drive that negativity, and that's how they control the world and everything else in it. And they want people to be in pain and suffering.
Like Demonic Prophecy's first album, like
literally what is going
pain
on
and
in the world.
suffering. That's sick.
But people are
Or
very
like
naive
Ziggurat.
to it, and they like believe things they've been told. They receive things. They think that this is true or that's true or whatever, and they receive all this information, but they don't know that they're the ones that are speaking it to come to pass. So just like that lady who was speaking, in my belief, it was demons, but regardless, like that, just like that. Like she's speaking truth.
Yeah.
The demons are saying the truth. You can create your reality to some extent.
Your last ghost was
So when you are
demonically
channeling,
possessed.
is that always a demonic thing?
Like the Lord created spiritual like experiences. Okay. And so the Lord created it to function like that.
Okay.
The enemy has perverted it and hijacked it. You see what I'm saying? So like demons didn't invent channeling. Okay. But they use it. That's their main way. So in a sense, like, I guess you could say that like maybe those that wrote the Bible to some degree were originally in some form like channeling, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
But that's not.
So this is actually what the second episode of the new season of Black Mirror is about too. Huh.
It's just not what we call it. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a form in
It was a
the
good one.
occult.
I
It's
thought it was
called
good.
automatic writing. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, where they're just writing with no thought, right?
Yep. And you scribble. This is why it's called cursive.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, because cursive is the practice. It's the form of writing for reading automatic writing. It's the most efficient form to write letters to read it. So automatic writers will just scribble like this, and they'll just write stuff, and then they look at it and try to see what it wrote.
Okay, but I have a real question for you guys.
J.K. Rowling admits to automatic writing.
Wow.
She said that she did automatic writing in some blog I was reading, and she was like talking about like, yeah, she did some automatic writing stuff or whatever. And you're like, okay, who gave you that message? Like, bro, you straight channeled your Harry Potter nonsense message. Like, bro, that's like, it literally stems from like demons influence so much of our culture and our understanding of everything.
Like
they're
demon could write a
influencing
better book
all
than Harry
aspects of
Potter.
our reality in so many different ways. You just don't know who. So yeah, channeling is bad in almost every form. It's going to be bad. The only I wouldn't even call it channeling because it's so bad. But you can pray to the Lord and you can seek God. And when you meditating on the word is not the same as meditating and emptying your mind. Emptying your mind is the worst thing you can do because it opens you up to the spiritual realm and allows demons to come into you. So when it says meditate on the word, it says to do that in the Bible. It means to meditate on the word of God. It means to meditate on the thoughts of the Lord, what he's telling you. Okay, it doesn't mean to empty your mind. That's a demonic evocation. So emptying your mind is not what we're supposed to be doing. And channeling is not what we're supposed to be doing either.
Yeah.
Okay, you're supposed to be like trying to listen to the Lord and give him, he gives us inspiration. He gives us understanding. He gives us wisdom.
How often are demons trying to enter you since you're kind of fighting against them?
Oh, bro.
Daily.
The amount of things that I could tell you, bro. Like, dude, it's
all the time.
Dude, I don't know. Witch Talk, all of Witch Talk was like mad at me at one point. All these people were like
casting spells on you.
Oh, bro, they were trying. It was so funny. But like the thing is, like, I'm protected by the Lord, dude.
Of
like,
course.
And so like I've dealt with I've dealt with
Blood of
Anubis,
Christ.
which by the way is a demon, and one of my friends. And like, dude, a random homeless person got possessed and brought a statue. While I cast the demon Anubis out, my friend, this person brought the statue, a dog-headed statue, man, and put it at my front door, dude.
What?
I'm not even joking. And then the homeless man, this is terrible. He took a dump and took poop and smeared it on my car. I'm not even joking. This is like crazy. That's probably the worst thing that ever happened. Okay. But like normally I'm usually protected by the Lord. I was like out of God's will perfectly. And then the demons were able to attack. They're like, he's not in perfect will of God. Attack. Like, so like you got to walk righteously when you do this. Like you can't give it a lust.
That whole story was
can't be giving it a sin. Like by the way, I've never drank a drop of alcohol. This was unrelated to before I did. I just didn't want to do it. Something in me said
didn't
don't
call
do it.
you.
Something was like, don't do that. Little did I know that years later, the Lord's like, here's why you're not supposed to drink alcohol. But like, I never drank alcohol. I've never smoked a drug. I've never done weed. I've never even tried it. Not even once. But like the Lord knew that somehow. And I listened to my spirit since I was a child. I knew something wasn't right. And I would always hold true to my convictions. And so like the Lord was basically like guiding me little without me even knowing it, right? To the point where I was like, okay, it got to the spot where I am now today. You know, and so like this is all like, you know, God basically guiding us all to this understanding that we have. And like, you know, we just need to like,
okay.
I don't know. Really listen to the Lord. I forget what the question. What would you ask me? I totally forgot.
Are demons trying to attack you often?
Oh yeah. Okay, so basically, yes.
Okay, so this is about to get good again for a little bit. So again, just prepare yourself.
Basically, yes. And you've got to stay true to your convictions. Okay, you can't be given into lust. You can't be can't be doing anything like God has grace. Why?
Yeah,
it's a form of witchcraft.
Is it?
Okay, so they're saying porn when the corn pops up because this is probably for TikTok. So when you see corn, you're supposed to be hearing porn.
You've got to stay true to your convictions. Okay, you can't be given into lust. You can't be can't be doing anything like God has grace. Why?
Yeah.
It's a form of witchcraft.
Is it?
Oh yeah, you can dude. You can literally ask a witch. Like go ask somebody that's heavily in witchcraft. They
I
will
don't
tell
know
you
as many practitioners as you do.
You got to think about this. Like, what is bad about it? Because you're like, oh well, the girl's looking. She's putting herself out there. I'm just trying to feel good.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like this guy it's starting to sound like he has a porn addiction. Because like most people don't talk about it this way.
You're like, it seems like a mutual agreement. Bro, do you think she really wants to be out there like that? Like, something is broken in her.
Yeah.
Something is hurt in her. And when you're watching, you're agreeing to whatever that hurt that has been done to her. She's probably been molested. She's probably been like
wow.
Almost 50% of girls have had some type of sexual trauma done to them. Okay. And so, like, when they're in those situations, they are literally gone through trauma. Okay. And so you're actually watching this and you are accepting their trauma. You're adding to their trauma. You're encouraging them to continue doing it because you're freaking watching it. And so that's a form of trauma, which is a form of manipulation as well, and pain. There's all kinds of negative stuff that goes along with it. Like, I mean, like, you're think about this too. Like, like people in Christians, they're like, oh, don't sleep with your boyfriend or girlfriend, and like it's like a big thing. You've heard of that, I'm sure, right?
Sex before marriage.
Yeah. So okay. So like,
yeah, I've heard
like,
of sex
why?
before marriage.
Why is that so bad? Like, you guys love each other. Okay. Well, why aren't you married then? Why aren't you married? Because the reality is this: one of you doesn't want
it's demonically possessed
to marry the other one.
Okay.
That's why you're not married, or you would have already been.
I guess
there's something in one of you that's not quite sure about this one.
Is it a demon?
Okay. One of you is like, I'm not quite sure about him. I'm not quite sure about her. So you don't. So sex before marriage. This is the reason why it's so bad, because ultimately it's going to cause hurt. It's ultimately going to hurt. Okay. Because one of you is going to leave the other, and God's not in the business of hurting each other. You see what I'm saying? Like, God doesn't want us to like hurt one another. So God's like, don't have sex before marriage, because you're not convicted, you're not committed, and you know that that's going to ultimately lead to hurting somebody.
Yeah.
That's why it's a sin. Like, that's why it's not good.
I don't know. This I hate to cast aspersions or become an armchair psychologist, but this all the porn thing, this part about like hurting and like, you know, getting too close to people, this all rings as personal. This rings very like personal experience to me, and not so much like just normal like biblical proselytizing. This, you know, just seems like this is hitting a little close to home.
And like, if you really look at yourself and question, like, well, why am I sleeping with these girls and blah blah blah? Like, bro, like you're just hurting people. You're causing pain.
Yeah.
Like, you're damaging people. Like, bro, I was freaking polyamorous for like 7 years of my life.
Oh, here we go.
Dude, that was so much trauma and hurt that I've caused to a lot of girls in that situation. Like, my girlfriends or whatever. Like, dude, that was like, and like, I see it now, but like, I didn't know that at the time. Like, I mean, because
like
everybody was like, cool with it.
polyamorous,
Like, hey,
but doesn't do any drugs or drink. That would be so, like,
you know, crazy, do what we want
intense,
space. But like, dude,
right?
that's not
like sober polyamory.
like, that
like
was
a big
so
thing.
damaging
like,
and so
I always picture
hurtful
like
on a
hippy dippy
spiritual
people.
level, you know, and like, that's not love. You know, that was just like lust and desire, and like, that was like totally against the Lord.
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's not a good thing.
So are you married or
when
not?
you go into these realms? But like, most Christians can't answer this question because they don't understand. Like, they just know, oh, I was told it's bad, blah blah blah. Like,
Most Christians can't answer most questions, in my opinion.
They don't freaking understand the reason why, because they're not praying and seeking the Lord. You got to seek God to get these kind of answers and know this kind of stuff. Like, you really got to like pray and like, Lord, well, why is it bad? Like, what is the downside? What is this? You know?
Yeah. Is there a connection between parasites and demons?
Oh man, now this part is gonna just go crazy too.
Oh yeah. There's and STDs and demons too.
Really?
Oh yeah. Did you know that?
STD?
Yes, STDs are not. You might as well call them sexually transmitted demons. Okay. Like, dude, it's not.
It's not bad.
Yes, bro. I don't know if you know this, but STDs come about spontaneously.
What do you mean?
Like, it's like
They do not.
It's not someone will get an STD and one partner won't, and they'll be like, "You."
Okay, so certain things are coming into focus in my mind for what happened, but like, I come on, they can't.
You know this, but STDs come about spontaneously.
What do you mean?
Like, it's like when people are sleeping together.
Okay.
It's not someone will get an STD and
Okay.
one partner won't, and they'll be like, "You gave it to me. No, you gave it to me," and they don't know who, and it will create a bunch of chaos. Really, it's because you're living infidelis. You're just being like promiscuous, and the demon has access to you now.
Okay.
And so the demon can.
Well, I got to be honest with you, and this might seem like obvious, but if you are sleeping with somebody and you don't have an STD and you haven't slept with anybody else and you suddenly have an STD, you know who gave it to you. Like, they may deny it, but like, they don't happen spontaneously. So you, like, one partner will always know, except for in circumstances where there is a lot of polyamory going around. But like, you know, in some cases, the cases he's describing, like, one person knows.
caused this. And so one partner will get it and the other person won't. And then they'll be blaming each other. They won't know how or who or what. They'll be like, well, maybe
they won't know how or who or what. Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Like, bro, that's how it happens all the time.
That does. Yeah, this segment is very personal.
Hold on. Or who or what. They'll be like, well, maybe you had it and you were uninfected and you gave it to me. Like, bro, that's how it happens all the time. Anybody watching that's had STDs right now, they're knowing what I'm talking about. They're going to be like, oh, shoot, he's right.
Running to show my girlfriend this part of this video specifically to explain that the STD I gave her is not for me having sex with someone else, but it's just like a spontaneous manifestation of us living in sin and therefore her fault. Yeah, you should definitely do that, bro. Like this happens all the time. This happens all the time.
They're knowing what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, oh, shoot, he's right.
I bet a lot of people wouldn't believe
One
this.
partner will get it, the other won't.
Wow, that's weird.
It's very weird because it will be like, oh, well, they'll debate like, well, you can be a carrier and not get it. No, freaking, you're literally, you're doing things against the Lord and the judgment is opening up and the demon has a right to access you.
Okay.
Wow. This is how it functions.
Then
guess what? You got to go get some witchcraft. Take the little magic pill to make it go away, which is pharmakia, again, witchcraft.
Yeah.
So like literally,
why does he say it that
demons
way? Is that what
parasites?
they are?
Absolutely. In fact, parasites is a really fascinating one. I debate whether the parasite is like the physical embodiment of a demon.
Okay.
Okay. Like, I mean, like when you come into things like, okay, like cancer, here's an interesting one actually.
Okay.
Oh, horoscopes.
Yeah.
Also, you know, like horoscopes, all those names, astrology, all those little symbols, those are demonic sigils. That's how you write a demon's name, by the way. Wow. Like, why do you think we got the thing Cancer? Oh, you're a Cancer, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, I'm a Pisces or whatever. Like, Cancer? Wait, like, whoa. What, isn't that like a bad thing?
Yeah, I never liked that name.
Yeah, no, I never liked that one for sure. But like you think like, isn't that a bad thing? Yeah, because it's a freaking name of a demon, bro. Like those are names of demons.
Wow. So Aquarius is a demon.
Yes, it's a freaking demon, dude.
Damn.
Like these are names of demons. And so those are their sigils, those little drawing things. You don't write a demon's name in English. You write it with symbols. They're not written with letters. They're written with drawings of symbols.
Jeez.
Well, so like all those little symbols, those are demon sigils. Symbols. Okay. And like people they're so unaware of it. And so like this kind of stuff like stems into like the occult. And so like sickness and cancer and disease, like those are the same. They're the demons. They're the same freaking demons.
Demons
like,
are everything.
It's got the same name. Like, bro, it's telling you what it is.
Yeah.
Like, wake up. Hello.
When you watch videos of parasites, they do look demonic, dude. The way they move and stuff.
Bro, they totally look demonic. And like, here's the thing. Like, I wonder if parasites are like physical bodies of demons.
Oh, man.
In some, like they've been reduced down to these little physical bodied worm things. Like, I kind of wonder, or if the parasite itself was maybe a creature, and then the creature gets possessed by a demon. And since it's such a simple celled organism, it's able to control it. So the demon can control the parasite to do something unnatural.
I could see
or
that.
Like, I don't know which way it goes, but I debate whether it is a demon or whether it's just being controlled by a demon. But either way, it's demonic and it's creating sickness.
Either way, I don't want them in my body.
I'll let God sort them out.
Either way, it's bad. So yeah, demons and parasites. I have a connection. If you watch my videos, if you go to Demon Racers and look on my channel, I have a series about parasites and all kinds of stuff.
You got some great videos. I was on your YouTube. You had one about soda.
Oh yes, the soda one is. It's kind of funny. There's so much to that, and like let's see if this one.
I don't think we're gonna be able to get through this whole thing tonight. Man, there's so much left, but I definitely want to get through this part, and then maybe we'll finish this tomorrow.
Is water
spring? Nothing done there.
Oh, the name.
Yeah, I just want to look into some of the stuff. It's just Pellegrino, like it literally says S Pellegrino, spell agrino, spell agree, like agree with the spell. Why do they put S period Pellegrino? Why do they cut off the word San? Just two more letters. Why not just San Pellegrino? But they put spell-agrino for a reason, because they're telling you it's a spell of agreement.
Wow.
And you're like, okay, that's weird. Or like Sunkissed. If you look at the Sunkissed logo, it is not. Have you seen Sunkissed?
The orange one, right? Yeah, I watched that video.
So you saw the Sunkissed logo?
Yeah.
Yeah, like dude, it doesn't say Sunkissed. It says Sin-Kissed. Right now, everybody look up Sunkissed logo or show it or something. It literally says Sin-Kissed. The U and the I or the U and the N are together because it's sin. And you're like, that's weird. But like, or like things like Albertsons is owned by, what is it? Cerebrus, which is the three-headed dog of hell.
Jeez.
Okay, and that owns a whole brand of these things. And you're like, well, why is that name there? And you're like, okay, well, what do these drinks do? Like Monster energy drink. Everybody knows the Monster one, I'm sure. They've seen the 3, which is like the VOD, the 666 thing or whatever, and they've got an upside down cross. And then you got Death Water, and you're like, bro, there was another one that just came out, some other water company that was like, we're not a cult.
Not only is he the Monster energy drink lady, he thinks that is like old news. He's like, everyone knows that. Like everyone knows that. Like, what is this, kindergarten conspiracy class?
The name of it. Anyways, and then there's things like Coca-Cola, which people are like, oh, it's named Coca-Cola because it came from cocaine, because they used to put cocaine in there. No, Coca-Cola where did cocaine get its name? Cocaine gets its name from the demon Coca. Okay, the kukui or el kukui, coca or cuckoo or coco. This or somebody that's kooky, that's crazy in the brain, right? This word coco all refers back to like the coconut, which was a race of hairy demons that would kidnap children. This is where the word coca comes from. Okay, and so people that are Spanish know el kukui or like the kokui. Okay, this is what coca comes from, and Santa Claus is actually the kukui. Santa Claus is El Kukui, okay? And he's the mascot for Coca-Cola, or Die et Coke, what? Or Sierra Mist, which is again the Mystics, and then you're like, that's weird. Why is that name like? And then they change it to Starry, which star is actually a synonymous name for angel or fallen angel, which is why we call it falling star. Or then it became, oh no, it's not falling, it's shooting star. It's falling star, referring to the fallen angels that came, which is why they say when you wish upon a star, it's literally making a deal with the devil.
Wow. Honestly, you guys make fun of him, but he's probably never bored. This guy is probably like literally never bored. Like sometimes you guys are bored or you don't have anything that's exciting you. This guy is probably 100% always entertained at the very least.
Wishing upon a star is making a deal with the devil.
That's a
damn.
Yeah,
you can't even
in the stupid Pinocchio movie.
Damn, you can't even wish on a star in this dude's world. You can't wish on a star. Like that's making a deal with the devil. You throw a coin into a wishing fountain. That's probably making a deal with Poseidon, who's like actually a demon. Like this dude's lore is very punitive.
And
wow.
That's where this comes from.
Coconuts are demons.
It's literally making a deal with the devil.
Give me like coconut flakes and something.
When you see all these things, it's
coconut
like,
milk
why
is
are they
demon
doing
sperm.
it? Why are they putting it out there? Because they're putting it out there to tell you.
Well, I mean, frankly, if you see all of these things, the only conclusion I would say of like why they're doing this is because basically everything is demonic, and so like not putting it out there would just be like, well, what else are we gonna put on television? Like everything is demonic. Like you can't use words without them being demonic. So how would we write anything? Like you just said, English is a demonic language. Like what choice does anyone have at this point? Like everything is demonic. Like the air is demonic. The water is demonic. The words coming out of my mouth are demonic, both in the way they are combined into sentences, but also in their very foundations. So like the letters themselves are demonic symbols. Apparently, what else can we do? Right? We gotta just
so that way
live.
You know that these are the occultics people that are in control. Like they are in control. Big Tobacco owns like most of these companies. Okay, they own Kraft. They own all these other big companies. Like they own this stuff, because they are putting they're putting curses, they're putting poisons in these things. So when you drink it, like Dr. Pepper means to be beaten. You know that?
That's crazy though.
It means when you're peppered, like when you get peppered by like a shotgun or to be beaten.
What does that even mean, though? Does that mean that like the soda is like Dr. Beaten? Like, I'm sorry. I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for that. I gotta go back a second.
Like Dr. Pepper means to be beaten. Did you know that?
I used to love that drink too. That's crazy though.
It means when you're peppered, like when you get peppered by like a shotgun or to be beaten.
Wow. No, I had to cut soda, man, and alcohol.
Yeah, because you know that it's bad for you.
Yeah.
Because there's a curse attached to this. They are putting poisons in it. Okay, and they are literally trying to poison you, and they put it in the names. That's why they do it. So you're so obliviously ignorant to it. Like Apep is the serpent in Egyptology, which is derived from the Pepsi.
Yeah.
And so it's like, dude, there's so much connected to that stuff. When you're looking into it, it's just like, why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep telling us these names? Why do they keep saying these things? Well, it's because they want you to know, so that way the spell or the curse can affect you. It actually says that a curse without a cause cannot come to rest on its intended victim. The Bible says this. So a curse can't land on you unless you are accepting of it, or you allow it, or you go against your convictions.
Oh.
And then when you do that, guess what? The demon curse can affect you. So there's some people who are like, yeah, I don't believe in witchcraft. It don't affect me. Well, good. You don't believe in it. Great. It probably won't affect you as much because you don't believe in it, because you don't receive it and you don't allow it. Okay. But so there are some people that are unaffected by it. And that's why you see this huge dichotomy. Some people are like, oh, the witch world is like stupid. Like, bro, I was there. I was like, witchcraft is stupid and fake and dead. And now I cast out demons. Like, bro, if I talked to myself 5 years ago, I'd be like, bro, you are nuts. I'd be like, bro, you don't even know what you're talking about. You are under hypnosis. You've hypnotized yourself to convince yourself that this is real.
Okay,
this is what I would have said to myself a long time ago.
So you get it. You know how it works.
I studied the occult. I'd be like, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. But bro, it's real to the people when they accept that it's real. It's almost like the reality becomes that way, bro.
Yeah.
Like since I've made the decision to like start casting out demons and healing people and helping people, bro, it's like I walked out of the Matrix. I feel like I just stepped into a different reality of the world. It was like, okay, this is real. Now I've seen things that I can't even begin to explain the stuff that I've experienced at this point, because I've had, like, straight up, I've had conversations with demons. Like, who talks to like, bro, like, I've literally spoken to people where they've manifested and spoke demons out their mouth and talked to me.
Jeez.
Bro, like, well, you've done it too.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I've had a few channelers on too.
Oh yeah,
I had one guy that was the writer that you talked about.
Oh, he's doing cursive.
Yeah,
yeah,
doing cursive, and he wrote 4 books that way too. Paul Selig is his name. He's one of the most famous channelers.
Wow.
Yeah, all from writing while getting the thoughts or whatever.
That's demonic inspiration.
Crazy.
And so those are demons that are giving them those evocations. And like, you can actually read some of the stuff that these people write. I wouldn't recommend it, because you could also get demons from doing it. But because when you come to agreements, but some of the stuff that they're saying is true, but it's the agenda that they want to bring about. The whole alien agenda, like, aliens are not aliens. They're Nephilim. Do you know the word Nephilim?
Heard of it.
Oh, man.
Okay, Nephilim are the fallen angels in the book of Enoch.
Okay, so we're going to find out about this, and then we'll call it there. We'll call it there for the night. It's all so good. You can see why I didn't want to turn it off earlier when I was preparing for the show. This is so it's so much on every level.
Enoch,
yeah.
The fallen angels that came down and slept with the women. And then they bore children, which were the half-angel humans, and they were giants. Okay, they were the giants, the giant tiles. Okay, and they took over the earth, and it's the reason why God flooded the earth and destroyed it.
Wow, because of them?
Because of them.
Jeez.
Goliath was a remnant of them. Okay, and like, by the way, Starbucks, the mermaid, God turned the women that slept with the angels, he closed their legs and made them into a fish, and he turned them into mermaids.
Damn.
So that they couldn't continue to reproduce. How's a fish going to have sex?
Well,
okay, but what did they put on the Starbucks logo?
By laying
the two-tailed mermaid, because she's splitting her legs open again. That's what that is. It's total middle finger defiance.
Damn.
And the word star, again, synonymous with angel, and buck is synonymous with hybrid. It means like a goat man, or like Pan, or like,
no, it means like
the goat god.
It means like a stag.
So like that. This is all like tethered to the stories of the Nephilim. Like, when you understand the stories of the Nephilim, every story in every culture, in every movie, and everything you've ever watched will be like, click, 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 click. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, that's what that is. You're like, what the heck? Like, there was the human, the angels made it with humans and created giants.
I would love for him to give some examples of disparate movies that are connected by this. I would love so much for that. And I think he could. I just don't think he will, because he thinks it's so obvious. He thinks it's just like obvious to you, but like, I would love for him to do it.
And then they mated with animals and created things like the Greek gods, like goat men, those satyrs and centaurs and minotaurs. Yeah. Those were not half goat, half man. It was half angel, half goat.
Wow.
These were creatures that were real. They actually existed. Okay. And there's tons of stuff about it, but we like bury it. And it's like in all our cultures and hidden on the the structures and the drawings and the stories, and we're like, oh yeah, but it was make believe. These people just had good fantasies.
That is interesting. I don't hear many Christians talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it's
But
blasphemous.
people don't understand it because they think it goes against the Bible. No, fool, it's in your Bible. Like, bro, it's literally been taken out of your Bible.
Oh, of the main Bible?
Yeah, because it was in the book of Enoch, and they didn't want the book of Enoch in the Bible. Because they're like, oh, we don't know who the author is. Well, guess what? We found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and so for all those Christians listening, you all heard about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Guess what? The book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Interesting.
Okay. Boom. Look it up.
I mean, yeah, I've heard from Billy Carson the Bible was rewritten, right, over time.
So I would say not rewritten. I would say translated differently.
Okay.
That's what I would say. And so some of like what Billy Carson says is okay, but some of what he says is totally demonic. Like he totally is like channeling demons too, bro. But like
I'm going to be honest with you. The one thing, and this is just funny, like Billy Carson, basically every conspiracy person does not like that guy. Like, I am not very familiar with him, but he was also recently on the Sean Ryan show. He was that black guy on the Sean Ryan show that we watched that one time. Sorry to racialize it. He just was. And like everyone in the mentions were like, I'm glad you're finally touching on these topics, but like Billy Carson is like a fraud and like he has been exposed for like blah, 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 blah. So like next time you want to talk about like demons and like pyramids and shit, have on this other crazy guy. Like people do not respect him in this universe, which is like so impressive considering like everything that we've seen so far and we will continue to see.
But like Billy Carson's like, he's got some things that are cool, but like some of it, like, I don't know. The thing is like, when you look into some of the stuff like that he's talking about, there's like a lot of distortion. But like all the stories,
I hate that,
stem from the Bible in our culture. Like all the stories stem from the Bible. And so throughout time, there's been things that have been taken out of the Bible, but I don't think there's things that are put into it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, I think there's been things that have been mistranslated in the Bible, but if you just look back far enough, like you'll find what the truth is. And that was the significance of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Because when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were able to go, oh, the Bible's been changed throughout time, blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? We found the Dead Sea Scrolls and we compared it to the text and it wasn't changed. Wow. And that alone was a miracle. Like that alone was like, oh, well, I guess it's this translation was the correct translation because we found the Dead Sea Scrolls and it's written in that same tone. So like we knew when we found the Dead Sea Scrolls, we knew which biblical texts were correct and which ones were in there. And there was text that was in the Dead Sea Scrolls that we didn't even know about, that they took out. So they've taken stuff out. They haven't added stuff in, but they've definitely taken things out.
I wonder what they took out specifically.
Well, like the Slave Bible. You heard of the Slave Bible?
No.
Slave Bible, they took out like the whole story of Moses.
Really?
Yeah. Like they didn't want the slaves to recognize like Moses leaving, and they didn't want them to get the idea that they could like leave their captors. So they removed those portions of the Bible. Okay. And so like, but does that mean that those people couldn't know Jesus or know God just because the Bible verses have been taken out? No.
Okay. We are going to have to call it there. That has been very riveting, and I've really enjoyed all of that. And so I think we will definitely catch up and finish the rest of this over the next day or two. Very, very fulfilling. I hope you have all been fulfilled by that. So yeah, normally at this point in the show, and by this I mean the end, I would just like raid you over to the majority report, but that's obviously not on right now. So I'll just say it's been a pleasure having this stream with you all today. That in some ways exceeded my expectations, and in some ways it, made me lose a little bit of faith in humanity, but it was very entertaining nevertheless. And I forget what part made me really laugh that hard, but that was, I forget what he said, but I don't forget how it made me feel. It was very good. So yeah, I guess I'll just get out of here after acknowledging, thank you Fresh Bison for the resubscription. Thank you Wish the Dragon Former Ferret for the subscriptions on Twitch. This show is brought to you by the letter 3. But yeah, so happy Thursday. It's been wonderful. Stay safe, stay sane. Try not to think too much about the things that we heard today on this show. Except for the Dr. Pepper, except for pepper needing to be beaten. That's going to be something that I never forget. And I hope you don't forget it either, because that's will be the impact I had in your life. Every time someone in your job asks for a Dr. Pepper, you just start laughing and choke on whatever you've been eating or drinking at the time, thinking like, she just asked to get, Karen in HR just asked to get her ass kicked, stuff like that. That's what makes the community. Anyway, I'll see you all later. And what do I always say is your homework class: infiltrate and control the narrative without using Chat GPT. I'll see you guys later, and you girls later, and you neithers later, and you both later. Bye-bye.